What it do, 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 world. What it do, 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 world. What it do, 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 world. Yeah. Shalom, family. We are live and direct. It is on and cracking. So yeah, we jam packed with some more popcorn. We are jam packed with some more popcorn. Get your tickets. Get your popcorn with the extra butter because it is going down. We have just started this year and it has not stopped. It has been amplified around the world. It has not stopped. So, what has to happen is that we must continue to report what is going on. And what is going on is not looking good for a lot of folks. For me, I was gonna go live. I was gonna go live last night because I had so much with the American crime, and there were so many different things that were going on. Now we're trying to get grandstanded in the narrative, trying to be switched and perpetuated as if black folks are the ones who are burning these people down. We black folks are the ones who are at the top of these insurance companies directives lists and top CEO positions. Like we are the ones who are stealing the fire hydrants. We're the ones turning off the spigots. We're the ones who are causing the atrocities around the world. And I come to tell you that that is very far from the truth. Very far from the truth. What is going on right now is that we are seeing the things that are happening in every country, every community of people that do not look like us. It is the easiest cop out to find the culprit, and the culprit is always a falsified culprit because they have always found a way to try to point the direction at us. And so I don't want anybody to keep continuing to eat the garbage that is out there of presenting us as if we're the looters. We are the people in these positions of high power, stature, political influence, um, starting any of these things. What we're seeing is that people are now still continuing to avoid taking responsibility and accountability for I sow the oath, or I represent an office, or I stand up to the challenge and do not rise up to the challenge. So we're seeing many political leaders who are now being shown the door. We have many people who are coming out and being exposed. We just had it where there's uproar in the Koreas, there's uproar in China, it's uproar in India, it's uproar in all of Africa, it's uproar in Australia, it's uproar in the Middle East, it's uproar in Eastern Europe, in Western Europe. Um, Italy, it still has not seen any bursts. North Korea, South Korea have not seen any bursts. We're seeing major declines. We're seeing people pull back out of wars now because um, they're seeing that the numbers are drastically shrinking and are not in anybody's favor on any side of the war wall. Um, you're seeing people now coming to peace. You're seeing people now coming together. You're starting to see, the ceasefires. You're starting to see many who are willing, more than willing when they weren't before, to compromise and step up to the plate and being like, oh, yeah, I was just playing, we're just grandstanding and all this stuff. I'm like, no, after you didn't cause massive destruction in all of these different communities and have jacked up people's lives, somebody has to take responsibility for that. The person that's behind that gun, all the way to the person who has their finger on the nuclear button. And so, war is war is absolutely good for nobody, except for the military and defense and weapon industrial complex. It's not been good for any of the people. It's never been good for any of the people. And this particular energy in our history right now is showcasing at a great magnitude of how much war was completely unnecessary and how much the seven deadly sins pride. Everybody's proud of where they're from. I'm from Korea. I'm from Pasadena. I'm from Puerto Rico. I'm from Dominican Republic. I'm from Nigeria. All these different places. I'm from the West Coast. It's the easiest and it's the hardest and it's the most susceptible to be coerced into taking pride into things that you have the historical nostalgia for. And so it's hard to let these things go when you have memories. Memories, it's not about what you make people think, it's about how you make them feel. And if you made a person feel very horrible about who they are by the color of their skin or where they're from, by, just cheap geographical locations, yeah, you're starting to see where we're not gonna take it. So, yeah. Oh, wow. I promise y'all, there's so much going on right now, and it cannot be avoided. It's a lot of whistleblowing. It's a lot of people. I'm telling, and showcasing all of the stuff that they have been a part of. You know what I'm saying? Like you signed up for it, and now it's like you're running off on a bag. Like you committed the bank robbery. You were the getaway driver. You know what I'm saying? And just because you sped off and you left the bank robbers at the bank, doesn't mean that just because you got all of a sudden a change of heart that still didn't apply yourself as the getaway driver. And so you have a lot of people who are or were the getaway drivers and are now speaking up, blowing the whistle and blowing the horns or whatever they have been involved in or whatever they've seen. But it's too late. It's too late. You could have done all this a long time ago. You've allowed these companies, you allowed your own pockets to keep continuously making the money because I got a family to feed and stuff like that. No, you, you can't justify the taking the trinkets of Judas. That's where we're at now, is that you're seeing people who try to justify, their wrongdoing. And that's not how this works, sir. It's not how this works, man. So on to a lot of the news because we got a lot to cover, but I just want to highlight that um, just as much as they keep trying to identify us in all of the news around the world as if, you know, we're the reason for them, it's like, no, we need to clear that up because even while they're doing that, they're still trying to make it seem as if we are the ones who are the looters, we are the robbers, we're the ones who are, you know, on the ground scum lord doing, nasty work. But you still have multiple people in all of these different companies who are committing these crimes and it's not being addressed. You got to make it make sense. This video went viral. I showed this at tail end yesterday of a family removing, things from their house. It just this is what we've always had to do. You know, these not in prestigious neighborhoods. These are in our own communities, making sure that we save whatever we got. And so to constantly see that we are put in that cubbyhole of that imagery still, it's time to break that. It's time to stop allowing others to have that control of that narrative of constantly putting us in that ballpark. And I'm saying that nobody, ugly comes in all colors. You know what I'm saying? All skin folk and kin folk. So I'm not dismissing or negating the fact that there's still some hard-headed people on all facts of, the side of the fence. But we have to be very objective and neutral and very valid in our reasoning and not getting emotionally attached to just because it's a fire happening to you over there doesn't mean that because a fire is happening to the same particular people over here, that it's, just emotionally trauma dumping your situations on to any and everybody. And so this is not no one size fits all snuggie, and we need to be able to remove and combat that, counteract that. So I just want to showcase this. Now, I show that because in the difference of all of the videos that I have is that this is the oxymoronic riddle of, do you punish the poor boy who stole an apple, or do you punish the white collar worker who has robbed the world? And so we have gone through American capitalism, you know, uh, grandstanding and justifying a person who is a white collar or blue collar's crimes as if, oh, because they're a little bit noble on the spectrum, or they give a, 7 Hail Marys, that they'll be removed from, the atrocity. But that little poor boy over there, oh, he committed he committed the greatest sin. And so that's what we have to be able to stop allowing this stuff to happen, because um, we are seeing white collar crime on all levels. We are seeing white collar crime on all levels. And to be excusing it and not allowing it to have its time in the sun, we got to be able to allow these things to have their time in the sun, because we're seeing people who are believing these things as they always have. And it's like, okay, we're getting these folks who are still um, doubling down. This is the year of the double down. You got people who are really, pushing all their chips up and hoping that the oh, say it ain't so, say it ain't so type of thing. But the fact that we are not addressing the amount of fraud, the amount of American crime that is going on in all of these systems, we finna get right to it. I'm gonna run through all of these videos as best as I can because there's so many. But this is the crime that's been going on that has not been addressed, but it's starting to get addressed now.
Crawford sharing details this morning about an arrest that could have you keeping an eye on your phone bill. Katie Barnaby is a former AT&T employee accused of adding unauthorized lines to customers' accounts to boost her own commission. We're told the victim reported fraud on their account to police, and now police say Barnaby did this to as many as 30 different people back in 2021 and 2022. So check your statements there.
These are the crimes that used to pop up on our bills, phone bills, light bills, everything. How many times have you looked at your bills and you've been like, what the hell? I ain't even been home. I was on vacation, And you wind up having to hear from everybody like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry that it happened to you. My apologies. You just get all that extra, fake ass sympathy. It's just narcissistic almost. Pointing in the wrong direction. All of it's been getting pointed in the wrong direction. But these are the latest headlines that are going out. You're seeing people that are trying to remove themselves from the narratives of what has happened, and it's like, yo, you were just you did do it. Oh no, I didn't. No, I didn't. That wasn't me. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're talking about. No, we see exactly and know exactly what we're talking about. How much crime has been going on with the colleges, with all of these insurance companies, all of these companies getting away with squeezing all of its customers. What about all the energy companies making all of these extra reasons of why they couldn't accommodate? You're looking at these people. You're looking at people who are not taking responsibility, and you're like, oh, I don't know what happened.
Thank you for joining us at noon. I'm Lauren Scafidi. We begin with the breaking news out of Gaza. A ceasefire deal has been reached between Israel and Hamas to pause the 15-month-long war there. That's according to U.S. officials who spoke to the Associated Press. Israel says some details still need to be ironed out and hope to be finalized tonight. The ceasefire lasts 6 weeks and will start on Sunday. The first phase of the deal will be for about 33 Israeli hostages to be released, along with hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. The ceasefire will allow humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip, and Palestinians will eventually be able to return to northern Gaza. After a series of deadly stabbings along the 16th Street Mall last weekend, the Downtown Denver Partnership is looking in the mirror to see what safety improvements can be made. Some businesses along the mall have beefed up lighting or made landscaping changes to deter criminals. DDP says the dedicated mall unit will be coming back to protect 16th Street after those officers were rerouted to other parts of the city during 16th Street construction. They say cameras are also a big help in cracking down on crime.
Cracking down on crime. So are you guys really cracking down on crime? No, you're not. None of these companies want to be held liable for having to stop a perpetrator. Look at Walmart. Walmart's, how many of these companies are actually going to stop people from actually, you can't do anything about that. You can't do nothing about that. I worked in Walmarts and seen people still hold TVs and people just sitting there like, oh, I can't do nothing about it. You go anywhere safe. You go anywhere to try to be safe, and yet and still, the customer experience in all of their establishments, it's like shop at your own damn risk. It's like, okay, now we got a 6 week, so it's just red light, green light with war now. We're just working it out like that. Y'all just got this red light, green light stopping with everything. Yeah. All these companies been committing. Kohl's is closing 27 stores by April. Every one of these companies who have committed a lot, all of this stuff, extortion and racketeering and fraudulent claims. Like, how have all of these businesses been staying open when no customers in there? You know what I'm saying? For years.
Brutally attacked at a Conway Walmart, nearly losing one of his vital organs. Stephen Schlink was the first to share his side of the story and explains how the man is doing and what's next for him.
And is at home recovering after spending more than a week in the hospital after being attacked at this Walmart off of Church Street in Conway.
When I last spoke with Mr. George, he shared that he and his wife were in the checkout line and asked a man which lane he was in. That's when Mr. George says the man, now identified as 27-year-old Jeremiah Harris, began beating him. Mr. George was in the hospital for 9 days, and doctors were worried he'd lose his remaining kidney. Thankfully, he says his kidney is functioning, though only 1/3 of the kidney is working. He says he just feels lucky to be back home.
Tell him I miss my dog. Yeah, it's been perfect. Everything has been working out since we got home. It's actually, I don't know whether you call it a godsend or whatever, but it is such a great feeling to look at my own four walls and my wife.
Yes, how short and precious life is. To go out and have to shop at your own risk at all of these places. None of these places have preserved any liability. They're willing to take that off as a loss, as shrinkage on their companies. Now, this man, just like many of us have gone to many places, like the sisters that have gone to beauty supply stores and have gotten harassed by the Asian guys there or anything like that, just getting hemmed up, beaten, slapped, and slammed down and all these things. Yeah. So when you go into these establishments and you don't have the security or the knowing that you're going to be reassured as best as possible that you're going in there and just going in there to just get what you need to get. Now, this man came out, had to go to the hospital. Now the hospital's in on it. Now that he lost one of his kidneys. Now the industrial complex of the medical field. He's going to have to be going for dialysis now. So those medical machines, that Medicare, that Medicaid, the constant getting up and going, your life is completely changed. Look how many times our lives have been changed just from getting beat up, getting shot, stabbed. We went through 400 years of this craziness and had to just keep on trucking with a missing limb, a missing organ. And now, is that not American crime? That it just gets passed on to everybody and everybody sees it as an opportunity and will soft suppress you. Oh, I'm so sorry you went through this, but we're going to, we're still going to take your shit. That's why my mother used to tell me there ain't no hustler's remorse. They're willing to con you and making you think that they're really there for you. But there's plenty of people that work in these medical professions, work in these fields, and don't give a damn. They actually don't even have a lot of people don't have the care and wherewithal. You know what I just watched last night? I watched last night uh, Gordon Ramsay's Kitchen Nightmares, and this was the first episode of the season. And this particular episode, the owners of the place were, matter of fact, let me take this off while I'm talking. The owners of the place were, he was a doctor of infectious disease, and I guess his wife or lady friend, partner, girlfriend, whatever, she was a nurse. They both had not had any experience working in the restaurant business, the hospitality business at that. Started, and they put in about, I guess, something over $1 million. And they were losing $20,000 per month. $20,000 per month. Mama used to say, don't get yourself involved in deals you don't understand. If I'm a surgeon and I don't understand anything about the alcoholic industry, the laws and permits, security, all these different things, what makes you think you're just making an emotional, impulsive decision to jump into something that you have no clue about? Now, the guy bought this place and he did not have any experience, but he bought it as a kick it spot for him to be able to play on the piano and sing, the Louis Armstrongs, of those days, and running his customers out of the business. Like he sucked. But I'm just saying that you have many people and when you look at this particular group of people, this doctor and a nurse. Now, when Gordon went inside of this building and investigated the kitchen, and there was roaches. There was a roach crawling on the wall right behind the customers. Now, I promise you, if I've seen that before, and I've gotten up and walked out and didn't pay for shit. I've gotten up from a restaurant, threw up outside. Now, if it's a great restaurant, I tip handsomely. But when you go and you look at some of these places that you go out and, ladies want to go on a date. Oh, I want to go to a nice restaurant. You don't know even if it's a nice restaurant, if it's really bad. You should be cooking. Matter of fact, let me cook for you. Let me be romantic. You know what I'm saying? But instead, we want to go out and then trust people who are going through these things, who are having a bad day, who are stressed out, who are not getting paid. These people were not paying their employees. They were losing $20,000 a year, $20,000 a month. Their loyal employees were not getting paid. I don't know how many people will go out and do a job and provide a product or service and not get paid. You should be monetarily compensated for your products and services if they are deemed successful or worthy of it. And so he went into their walk-in refrigerator, and it was disgusting. It was disgusting. I'm telling y'all, I watch these shows, and I live it too, because I go to these places and I'm always looking around. But it was disgusting. And that goes to show, if you're disgusting here, how are you when you're operating on somebody? Or how much of a careless attitude do you have? Now, the lady lied to Gordon Ramsay's face and said that she was hands-on. Oh, yeah, I'm hands-on. I do everything here. Then the employees looking like, bitch, why you lying? You ain't even here. And when the iron does get hot, you run right to the office. And the office was dirty. So it's like, you're a nurse and you're a doctor, surgeon. How often do you wipe your own hands before you even try to operate on somebody? How often do you wipe your own hands before you touch somebody's open wounds? If this is how this place is, what's to say that your medical office is not there? Who's to say that your house is like this? I cleaned up several very rich and successful people's houses. And it just goes to show you that when you come into, that's why I'm humbled by it, because when you come into that success, people, oh, I made it. I don't need to do nothing else. And that them 7 deadly sins kick in. That slothfulness is the last one. It'll make you real slothful. And I watch these people get real slothful. But you've watched over the last 5 years the decline of people's work ethic, the decline of people's mental capacity, the decline of people's really compassionate efforts, the decline of people able to be upfront and honest about, you know what, my bad, I made a mistake. I'm sorry, y'all. I take full responsibility and accountability for that. Now, that's a genuine man or a genuine woman who's rising up to the moment and saying that, hey, I chose to put myself in this position. It did not work out this way, and I take full responsibility. If I've hurt anybody, I apologize. Please forgive me. If not, hey, this is a lesson learned in my life. Let me move forward and do the best I can to not repeat these same mistakes. Simple as that. But I watched this ego, this pride. This lady was like, I ain't did nothing wrong. I don't do nothing wrong. I watched this man walk out of his establishment that he's losing $20,000. And that goes to show how many people, because they have this pretty privilege, that they're willing to walk away and leave a mess. And that just goes to show. And that was just a beautiful example of just like how much Esau has created such a massive destruction across the whole world. Never once cleaned up any of their messes, never once took responsibility for the messes that they've made. Yes, them hotels. And I know when I leave a hotel, if I've been there for a long, if I've been there for a minute, like say, like if I'm staying in a hotel and I've been there, you know, at a location, you know, 2-3 weeks or anything like that, I done made it home. I done got all my stuff. I'm packed up and everything. I know that it's going to get dirty. There's a difference between being dirty, messy, and nasty. Messy is different because you got a lot of clutter. You can clean a mess up and stuff like that. That's the easiest one. Because your bathroom can get a little messy because you're cleaning yourself. You're getting all of the dirt off of you, whatever like that. But when it's dirty, that means it just, you know, it took a little bit more time for you to just address the situation that you needed to actually put a little bit more of a medium elbow grease into it. But when you nasty with two capital E's, when you nasty, that's a problem. That's a spirit on you. I've walked into many homes and I'm like, how that's a crime. That's a crime on yourself. How dare you? You should look at yourself in the mirror and be shameful about that. That's not how your mama raised you. That's not how your mama raised you. And then you go and look at it as, how many times have we sat there and been asked, even as kids, or how many times we ask kids, oh, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be a dirty ass motherfucker. I want to be a killer. I want to sit here and be on the news because I didn't dismember my girlfriend's head because I was emotionally insecure. Or because this job didn't pay me. So yes, the energy that is glooming on people is disturbing people to where it is emphasizing and amplifying everybody's frailties and insecurities. So to actually have to come out of that is very courageous. Because if you don't, it becomes a crime, not only on yourself, but the ones that are around you. This work is not easy. It's not hard, though, at the same time. And sometimes we need an extra push. Sometimes we need our support group. We need a stranger to tell us, like, hey, man, you need to get your damn act together, brother. Hey, sister, you need to, you smell a little bit down there. I don't know what's going on, but you might want to get yourself checked out, darling. And people get all, oh, man, I'll shoot you. And that's where we have to do our global insecurity temperature check of like, because our parents may not be able to tell us because we're an adult now. We get so arrogant and in our own oblivious bubble of thinking that can't nobody tell me nothing. It is a crime, y'all, that we're seeing all of these different things happening now. We're seeing the hospitality industry break down as they are. You're seeing all of these companies that were, like I just said, kitchen nightmares. You got hotel nightmares. The amount of disgustingness that is in all of these different industries, all of these different companies need to be exposed. Just like you're seeing insurance companies get exposed, I will talk about that. Right now, we're just on a dirty, messy, and nasty because you're trying to see everybody clean their act up. That's a little bit extra dirty. It's a little bit extra nasty. It's really gunky and yucky. But you're starting to see people try to clean their act up, try to clean up the narratives. You're seeing presidents come together to try to grandstand on each other's political narratives to keep, even though as much as they may have been politically battle rapping each other, but they still got to be, oh, we got to protect what we signed up for. Just like with the insurance companies, oh, we got to protect what we signed up for. And you got people who are like, no, I'm not going to protect what I signed up for because what I signed up for wasn't what I did really sign up for. It became something else. So when it becomes something else, people find the direction on their moral compass. And it causes people to speak up about these things now. Look how many cities that have tried to clean, street sweep and street clean the homeless population without any positive solutions for it. You've just gone and, mess with somebody who's already lost everything down on their luck trying to get themselves together. You have many people right now who are homeless right now, living outside in tents, in campers, who are going to work. Walmart, you name it. Every single one of these companies, you have people who are living outside and it's freezing, y'all. I promise you, it is freezing outside. Not just in Cali, where I'm at right now, where it's actually warm and sunny outside, but around the rest of this country, it is bad. It is bad. Nobody's really talking about it. They give you little snippets, car crashes. That's why I'm not on the road working right now, y'all. That's the only reason I will be out working right now. But Most High, I tell you, the Holy Spirit spoke to me and said, leave right now. Leave right now while I go and take a time out, take a break, take a breather while I go and do this work. Because I promise you, my job does send me out to these dangerous locations. They do send me out on these places where I have damn near lost my life, y'all, working this job. And I've lost a lot of things. I've lost friendships. I've lost relationships, family, just trying to keep a company that is committing American crimes above and afloat. But they can't even return that. And that's what people are finding out, that their companies that they've given 30, 40, 50 years of their life are not even coming to even look out. Because the company is, you're wearing a United Corporations of America, and they're like, that ain't my, that they've removed themselves and negated themselves for anything, any social and moral responsibilities. But they commit to the social and moral atrocities, and it's justified because of the governmental laws that have been put in place. So the fact that we still are not addressing those, this is the year of the great reveal. And I've had so many different visions and sightings and things that have been downloaded into me to be able to see these things, to be able to create them, to showcase to my brothers and sisters out there, this is what is going on a massive scale. We may not have been talking about it. We may not have been addressing it, but we need to understand that this stuff has been happening. And we know it has been happening. And we just not going to skate past it and act like these things ain't been happening. Because they are, and they have. We are truly seeing the fall of Babylon. We're truly seeing the fall of everything we were used to and accustomed to, and thinking that, hey, we need to support and just to try to make it. I'm so thankful and grateful. Thank you, sister, because I know how much it is when you do lose everything and trying to get it all back. When I lost everything, I just wanted a closer relationship to the Most High. I promise you, that's all I wanted was His grace and mercy, because I'm like, I deserve it. I'm sorry, God. I know that I deserve that. My bad. I'm not going to do that again. Thank you for showing me that I was going in the wrong direction. Oh, wow. They come in threes, y'all. My news feed pops down with so many people who have passed away right now. I'm talking about, what is that? Soap operas. I am seeing it. All people of high prominence and stature are going there no more. And they're doing all of this to upkeep. Oh, we got to keep the party going. No, Kendrick Lamar said it. We're watching the party die right now. All these people that are trying to keep these events going.
Homeless encampments across New Orleans and planning to move the people once living on the streets to a warehouse in Gentilly. That warehouse on France Road is now drawing concerns, with many curious about the services being provided at the transitional center. WDSU's Brittany Verner has been on top of the story since we learned about this warehouse, with reaction from those who live in that community. Brittany.
The news stations are hiring our brothers and sisters. I promise you. This is everywhere. I pull up news from everywhere. You got brothers and sisters in Iowa. You got brothers and sisters in Idaho, Montana, South Dakota, North Dakota. They are out here. All praise. I just love seeing it. It's just amazing because when I grew up, I used to watch the news all the time and never seen us. Never seen us.
Yeah, Randy, well, starting around 5 this morning, as we showed you, state leaders and others who are a part of this operation began busing those homeless people who live on the streets to this warehouse behind me, now called the Transitional Center. Now, it's been 3 days since the announcement was made about what's happening here. The governor's office had multiple other state agencies are acting.
It's amazing how America just grandstands to try to put something up to. They put Band-Aids over shotgun wounds. Like, a country is only as great as how you treat its poor, its disabled and maimed, and it's handicapped. You're only as noble of a king or whatever the case may be. I forgot this actual. I'm just paraphrasing it, but all of these warehouses, all of these people, all of this potential that we have, and we still can't get it right. Y'all are tripping, y'all.
Actively carrying out their plan right now, rounding up the homeless people living near the Superdome and starting to bring them to this transitional center off France Road. Neighbors who live in the surrounding communities say they are concerned about the plan to temporarily house people in this community, and they feel they could now be the ones potentially directly impacted by this influx of people pouring into their community.
It really has nothing to do with not having empathy for the people who are homeless, but it had to do with us not being informed. We're taxpayers as well. I can't tell a person what they should and should not do, but we can ask to be recognized because we are citizens of this city and of Gentillywood and Pontchartrain Park.
And there are others here locally who have other concerns about the services that will be offered here. We told you previously there will be mental health services and medical attention offered for those people on site. Right now,
It's funny how you guys start really rolling out all of these different programs and help, and we need to help all of everybody. All of a sudden, man, I promise you, man, y'all was not doing nothing before 2020. Once 2020 hit, I promise y'all I was homeless. I was living on my auntie's couch and living out of a damn recording studio, working Uber and cleaning houses. I thought my life was over during that time. I panicked a little, but I was still calm because I was like, Prime, you got it, man. Like you ain't no punk, dog. Like you gonna get out here and get it, dog. Like you good, dog. Like I can't speak for my friends. I can't speak for the family. I can't speak for anybody else, but you gonna get out here and get it. Because you got it and you can't let go. Like you watching everybody else around you, that's what kept me going. That's my motivation. That kept me going is to not give up. I watched everybody around me give up, man. Everybody around me give up. And the fact that we're at where we're at now, literally seeing that we are no longer in Jacob's trouble, I'm so thankful I didn't, because I go back and I visit people and I'm like, yo, damn, why'd you give up? And it's like, that has to be their lesson. They have to learn that. And I realized that there is crime in all aspects, that you sit here and you got to clean this up because you don't want it to be an eyesore. and saying that it's not on. We've been so civilized. Ain't no people throughout history that have been more civilized than black folks. Ain't nobody been more civilized than black folks. While you're seeing all the uncivility in Gaza now, they want to call the ceasefire, Russia and everybody pulling back. You got China pulling back, North Korea pulling back. You got everybody pulling back. Why? Because their numbers are jacked up, for one. They do not have the numbers. They are incentivizing these. They are incentivizing these countries like, yo, ladies, we need to try to bust that cookie open because we ain't got that many babies popping out right now, for one. And then you got them like, if you don't want me to have your ugly ass baby, you need to pay me. Ain't none of these ladies trying to have no baby with vlogging Borgragen. Vlogging, you trying to have a baby with vlogging Borgragen? You trying to have a baby with the Russian Goonies? You trying to have a baby with a Chinese praying mantis in the face? Like, y'all gotta make it make sense. They're 89 years old. How many of them old women are about to bust that cookie open? That cookie been sitting at the bottom of that cookie jar since 1972. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. It's so heavy that we are seeing the numbers. Italy's got it bad right now. And the Pope out there just saying, everybody be good. This is the year of the Jubilee. Everything's all good. Every country, every religion factor is coming out saying this year that this is their year. Oh, it is your year. Oh, you're going to find out. You're going to find out that this is your year. This is your year, the Jubilee. India, they just started there. I'm going to show you that too. India just started theirs, and it's freezing in India. It's freezing in Africa right now. China's about to go through their Chinese New Year with the year of the snake, the year of the dragon. They'll be like, oh, we don't have that many babies in the year of the dragon. So what, it's going to change in the year of the snake? A lot of y'all just got a lot older now. A lot of y'all just got older. It's the year of the snake. You about to pop out a snake, or you popping out an iguana? I don't know what y'all about to pop out.
All right, Brandy, well, happening now in St. James Parish. Water is shut off to Magnolia Heights and Vacherie for several hours with a boil water advisory in effect. The parish says this is all due to an emergency repair in the area. The boil order will be in effect until it's lifted by the state. So boil that water for 1 minute before using it to eat, brush your teeth, or to cook with. Well, new at noon.
This is everywhere. The water is, I promise you, I'm reading the Bible. Every time I read the Bible in the morning, y'all, I promise y'all, it's so prophetic to me. Every time I read Deuteronomies 1 and 2 this morning. And even just before that, just even throughout just Pharaoh not letting our people go. And just seeing how that rod was striking down all of these different calamities on the people. It's like, you're going to be famine. Your firstborn is going to be gone. It's like you're seeing the complete breaking down of everything, to where you got to boil water now. Y'all ain't got it together. I didn't even watch, man. The fact that we're going in on having to even speak about this. This is everywhere. This is everywhere, y'all.
See my situation.
It didn't pop up. That was the water in LA. LA just became Flint, Michigan. LA just became Flint, Michigan, y'all. It's no joke. That's the water in LA right now. That's the water in LA right now. I remember as a kid seeing that same water at my cousin's house. And my cousin, she lived right down the street from one of the what is them things called? The oil refinery places, the plants and stuff like that out here on the West Coast, like not too far from like Long Beach, just in between all of the areas. But the people in the city, they know where it's at. But her water was just like this, y'all. I promise y'all. And I cried. I cried when I saw her because she cried to my mama, and she was like, "I got cancer." And I remember hearing it. My mama cried. I cried too because I was just like, "Damn." But I watched my cousin, and she had cancer, and she was like, her and my mama was really close, and she was just like, don't let the system take my babies. Don't let the system take my babies." And my mama cried because my mama had just got her life together. You know what I'm saying? GED, battling cancer, beating it, going in remission. All her kids, all her immediate kids had graduated. It was just like another test that God had put my mother under. It was like, um, I'm not done with my job. And I love her for what she was because she embodied love and grace and joy and peace in the midst of all of these calamities. And I I sit here and operate in some form of example of trying to be the best version that I can of the implementation that she has instilled into me growing up. And I bring this to the attention because of this water and how much we have, disregarded our living situations. And so to see that the nation is coming together and we're in conversations, we're trying to get our own and take care of our own and gather our own and take care of water. Like I don't even drink water out of my tap water, you know. And so to see this is no different from Flint, Michigan. The other water you just saw, that's New Orleans. The other water I showed you was Asheville. The other water I showed you was New York. And New York water got rats in it. And you got all of these different contaminations. I had just read, yeah, City of Industry. Yeah. Downey is not. No, I'm my bad. I believe it is Downey because I'm thinking of Norwalk. I don't know why I'm thinking of Norwalk. Norwalk is all the way at the end of the 105, but it is bad like this every location. Even in the locations where our people are not, it is even more extremely worse. I'm just showcasing this because this is the overall. When I show something like this is because this is everywhere, and I need everybody to understand that it's not been exempt to nobody. Now, if you're looking at this woman's hand, it's not no black finger. She got beautiful nails. Whoever did her nails is on point. I love a woman who can take care of themselves, who can look physically appealing and attractive for a man. We love that. Men love that. Don't get out here looking raggedy and sloppy, looking like you look like some tap water. look like you baby in some cement tap water. You know? Girl, you better put some of that good old hemp oil and some of that good coconut oil in that skin, baby girl. You looking like a velociraptor out here. Oh, I can't talk. I'm black as hell and I get ashy. You ashy when you get that ashy between the index finger and the thumb. You know it don't go nowhere. Yeah, but I want to be able to build a nail salon that ain't got it's all black folks. I ain't put it up. I think I did. I made a video of it, but I wanted to create all black owned businesses like this where we go and support our own people. And it would be co-op. It would be a barbershop and a salon, beauty salon. And the beautiful part about that co-edship is that you may see your husband and you may see your wife there. That's what I want to create. I want to create places where it brings unity in the community for us, where you may actually see a long lost friend that you ain't seen. Maybe you may see your ops and you're like, man, I can't believe my ops is right in front of me. You know what? Let's take it over to the other place. Let's take it over to the boxing. You know what I'm saying? To where you got a boxing room where you can eliminate that street beef. We ain't got to fight no more. And even then, you might not even have to fight with that street beef because you might have a brother there like me who may actually calm you two brothers down and be like, you know what? Hey, you know it ain't worth it. You know if one of y'all get your ass beat, y'all gonna get embarrassed on World Star. You know if one of y'all get your ass beat, one of y'all gonna be injured. You know if one of y'all get your ass beat, y'all might not live to be able to see your kids. You know if one of y'all get your ass beat, y'all might end up 25 to life just because you killed the other man like that. Over what? A bag of hot Cheetos? Come on, brother. Come on, brother. Come on, brother. Come on, sister. All of this fighting and emotional attachments that our brothers and sisters are getting themselves involved in, this is not what we are supposed to be. This is not who we are. We are calm and we are peaceful and we're fun loving. We're happy people. We love to go out. We love to show off. We are the most showing off of people. We will we will show our ass just because we know how to style and wild out. But it ain't no crime. Y'all made it a crime just for us to be us. Y'all made it a crime for us to have our hair and our hair locked like it is. It wasn't a crime for you to have your Goldilocks right here, lady. Nobody was coming after you talking about, oh, your hair is dreaded up and you need to change to fit the school policies. What kind of shit is y'all trying to pull and try to create these extra high jump bars? Y'all doing too much.
The FDA just announced their ban for red food dye number 3. The U.S. banned red dye number 3 in cosmetics back in 1990, and California banned the additive last year.
You banned it in your damn makeup, but not in the food. You banned it on the substance on the outside, but you didn't ban it on the inside. So you banned a substance that was trying to keep your ass pretty on the outside, but make you ugly, dirty, and disgusting and nasty on the inside. Make it make sense to me. Make it make sense to me. You banned it in the 1990s because you didn't want that affecting your white women's skin. But then you allowed it to be in the communities with the Skittles. You allowed it to happen. Y'all allowed this to happen. And now all of a sudden y'all want to change the narratives now because you got people in your communities who are extremely more affected than what y'all try to pull off on us.
A study shows that this red dye found in candy, fruit juices, cookies, and so much more can be linked to thyroid cancer and behavioral health issues. Foods that contain red dye number 3 won't be taken off shelves, but will be required to modify their recipes to include safer ingredients.
The safer ingredient is a damn natural ingredient. The ingredients that God gave us right out of the ground, everything that can cure us is grown out of the ground, not no damn red dye. So you just listen to the word and you just like, I'm already turned off. You're gonna feed me and it's gonna make me die? No, it's not gonna make you die, but it just gives you red dye. No, but the word die. I don't want to die. I don't want your red dye. I don't want a red dye. Dye is blood is red. Why are you trying to dye me? I don't want to die. Y'all allowed this to go on for such a long time. And now you guys are wanting to speak up about your crimes. Now you want to speak up about your crimes. Come on, y'all.
Now, the former president and CEO of the Ankeny Chamber of Commerce is in the Polk County Jail after Ankeny police say she's accused of stealing more than $250,000 from the chamber over nearly 3 years. And she used a work-issued credit card to do it.
Now, many of our brothers and sisters have been in very high positions. They have traveled the whole world in high positions, senior tech advisors, senior tech this, senior medical this, holding very high positions. As much money that it went through all of our hands, we still don't do no crazy shit like y'all get away with. We still don't get away with shit like y'all get away with. And y'all get away with it and then nobody even bring it up or talk about it. This is the year of the great reveal. I remember I worked at a convalescent hospital. And when I started out, I was a security guard. I wasn't even a security guard. I just volunteered my hustle. I had hustle, y'all. I promise y'all I got hustle. Not in a bad way. But at the same time, it's like, yo, I'm gonna make it work, baby. I went from like parking, reception, activities director at this convalescent hospital. It was beautiful. It was so amazing that my family member trusted me to be able to be in charge of like running checks to the to the bank for him, like, hey man, run this $200,000 check, run this 500, run this 100, run this 900. I'm a college kid. I'm already looking at my debt like, man, this should have cleared my debt up and do all this. But I wasn't thinking like that. Even when you may feel like you want to think like that, it's like I know that it's not my money. And my mama taught me well. It was just like, yo, thank you, Mama Johnson. She's like, ain't no honor amongst thieves, and that shit ain't yours. You go get your own, so you can feel more appreciative and proud about what you did, because you could say you did that, baby. So I'm appreciative for that. So yeah, our integrity when it comes to things like that, because we like, you know what? I know I can't do this because I know it's gonna make my family shamed. I can't do this because it's gonna put a stain on my work resume, and I ain't gonna be able to get hired at nowhere. I didn't work my ass all the way up to get to the senior advisor position, and all it takes is me to, take $1. All it takes is for you to take $1, and your whole life and your career is gone. But these people have been doing it for decades. Y'all been doing this for decades and getting away with it. And now that it's being shown, now y'all either want to backtrack, or y'all want to blow the whistles on each other, or y'all want to have a change of heart. All of a sudden, it's a change of heart now. Everybody y'all didn't got the downloads now. Now y'all got it together. You guys are the CEOs of these businesses, and you guys are the CEOs. Anybody who's a CEO that you damn near got to look at now is almost like a complete thief. Because if they're stealing thousands of dollars, and say like with the insurance companies, y'all stealing all this money, and y'all ain't got none of the money to kick back. I don't know what a CEO is doing enough to earn bonuses and commissions every day, every week, every month, and every year, all throughout the year, for years. You guys have literally been robbing people, and now your own people, you're robbing your own people, where they like, oh hell no, and their pride is coming out. Their pretty privileged pride is coming out. The 3 P's. Pretty privileged pride. Well, I can change that around and call it POP. POPP. Pride of pretty privilege. Put that on a shirt. Put that on a shirt and sell it. Yeah, I seen that new bleed. I think I got that. I got something like that. Where I got crime. I got it down. I got it down. They're not getting away with this.
She now faces numerous charges, including 1 count of money laundering.
See, and they got 2 faces. They all got 2 faces, and you don't know. I didn't know that Jimmy was that kind of person. I didn't know that Karen was that way.
Local 5's Megan McPherson spoke with police about what led up to Cox's arrest. And Megan, what have you learned so far?
Well, Dana, Ankeny police say that Melissa Cox turned herself in early this morning, and her public LinkedIn profile shows that she assumed her role as CEO and president of the chamber back in December of 2021. Then back in November of last year, police said that she was dismissed from her role after an internal audit showed some financial irregularities that they then tracked back to her. Now, detectives spent about 2 months conducting a
If they seen some irregularities, that means somebody was snitching because they was envious. I promise you, they envy themselves as well. And then in them communities, they love grandstanding and fronting in front of their own neighbors, and like keeping. They create this envious energy to force their neighbors to keep up with the Joneses. Well, why can't you do that, Stan? Bill over there, he has it. Matter of fact, I'm going to go over there to Bill. Bill has some new cookies.
Thorough investigation, finding that Cox allegedly took more than $250,000 from the organization over a 3-year period. That money was spent on a chamber-issued credit card. Court documents also reveal that during her employment, she created an account for the chamber on an online banking application, then transferred over $1,000 to her personal online banking account to conceal the theft.
The chamber did the right thing by calling us, and if in any business or any entity sees something like this, we always encourage them to call us and let us help them out, and we want to make sure that things are being done the right way and no one's losing any money. So
The fact that they're losing money, they don't like speaking about the money aspect. They don't like speaking about their money back. They have them having to speak about their money back. They're embarrassed about it right now. So much.
Tony Mills with the Chamber, who you can see is based behind me here in Ankeny, says that any questions regarding her arrest should be referred to the Ankeny Police Department and the Polk County Attorney's Office. Now, when Cox was dismissed from her role back in November, they then filled her role with a temporary CEO, and the Polk County Sheriff's Office says that Cox appeared for her initial court date early this morning. Now, again, we're going to continue to follow this. We have not been able to access the arrest report at this time. I also asked the Chamber if we could get a copy of the internal audit that they conducted, but they did decline.
They do not like having to report on this stuff. Now, if that was a sister there, a sister ain't even going to be, brother ain't going to be attached to it. They're going to speak about it objectively. Damn, they're going to have a little bit of a chuckle under their tone. They're going to have a little bit of a, sucks to be you. Damn, welcome to our world. Grab them bootstraps. I don't know what to tell you. I need help. I need help, or I'm telling on them.
New this morning, a warning so you don't fall victim to scams.
Our Sophia Thomas is live in the newsroom with the most common scams from 2024 and what you should look out for. Sophia?
That's right, John and Alyssa. The Vermont Attorney General's office has released the 2024 numbers, and your biggest risk of scams is online. Just over 3,500 scams were reported to the Consumer Assistance Program through the AGA's office. The most common this year was computer tech support scams. That tricks people with alerts about computer issues like malware. That category also includes fake messages about packages or unauthorized orders. Other popular scams last year include identity theft, impersonating a law enforcement officer, and Medicare card phishing. Vermont Attorney General says a good way to be aware of popular scams is signing up for Vermont Scam Alert System through Vermont Alerts. And if you were the victim of a scam, they want to hear from you. You can sign up for alerts, learn more about scams.
Y'all have been scamming and scamming and scamming on all of the people. You guys have literally been scamming on all of the people. And now you guys want to come out and actually say something. What is going on with you guys, or where you guys really want to say things now? What is going on? What is going on now? Why are you guys saying everything now? Great glory. You keep talking.
Becoming a family caregiver.
Even the caregivers, I got that too. I know nobody's exempt.
All right, UFO sightings the military can't explain. Congressional hearings, Pentagon whistleblowers, armadas of strange aircraft flying over, of all places, New Jersey. What does it all mean? Well, since last year's groundbreaking interview with whistleblower David Grush, News Nation's been out front on this story, and we've got another major exclusive. A new whistleblower is coming forward saying he's not just saying he's heard about a secret government program to retrieve UFO crash remains. He says he's worked on this program. He claims to have video to prove it and credentialed colleagues who back him up, and he has the attention of at least one senior lawmaker. News Nation's Ross Coulthard has been working on this story for more than a year. He conducted the interview for a special report airing right here this Saturday.
For anybody who doesn't know about production, I went to school for media production. This is definitely a whole production for them to get certain scenes and cuts like that and to put this all together to create an elaborate narrative. You gotta pay attention. So that's why I'm pointing it out. We're going to keep going.
At 8 p.m. Eastern. And News Nation correspondent Joe Khalil is here with a first look. Joe, these are pretty
she looked like a busted condom. She got a big-ass lollipop head. I'm sorry.
claims.
Yeah, they are, Elizabeth. The man you saw in the video, Jake Barber, he's an Air Force veteran, and he is coming forward with some shocking claims. The first person to go public saying that he actually participated directly in a secret military program that he believes was to retrieve retrieve UAP or alien craft. Now, Barber says he was contracted as a helicopter pilot. He retrieved all kinds of crashed craft. Some of it, he says, top secret and explainable. Others, he says, however, he believes were non-human origin. It's not just him. We've got 3 other military veterans backing up his story on the record and on camera to News Nation. So take a listen quickly to just part of Ross Coulthart's conversation with Barber.
So tell me about the moment when you realized that...
Damn, he just looked... Oh, wow. Why he looked like Daffy Duck? No, he looked like, what's the ducks? What's the space ducks? Somebody got to point it out for me. I promise you. I see it in my eyes right now. I promise you. He looked like he took an epinephrine shot of Adderall, and he can see inside of the back of that man's eyelids. Damn, you are locked in, focused, Daffy Duck.
You were involved in a retrieval of non-human technology, alien tech.
So it became very clear the first time our communication process and procedure was modified. And then just visually looking at the object on the ground, you could tell that it was extraordinary and anomalous. It was not human.
How close did you get?
Well, I was a helicopter pilot, and I operate with 150 foot to 200 foot long line. So I got within 150 feet of this object.
What did you see?
I saw an egg, a white egg.
Was there any visible propulsion system on it?
No, not what we would know. There's no engine, there was no thermal signature. I was operating at night when I finally came in to pick it up, so I'm working under night vision goggles at the time. And it was quite clear. I flipped them up, flipped them down, and looked at it a couple of different ways.
How did you know that that egg-shaped object was non-human?
That egg-shaped head was your head, sir. That egg-shaped head was your head, sir. That egg-shaped head is non-human, and you ain't got no intelligence in it.
In origin.
Well, visually, after seeing all kinds of things in my past, it was clearly something that was ridiculously looking. It's inconsistent with anything I'd ever seen before. I can also tell you that the reaction by my team, we all knew we were dealing with something extraordinary.
And at no stage were you ever subsequently told that the craft was of non-human origin?
I will tell you that during this process over the last couple of years, it's been confirmed to me by ranking members of the UAP task force that what we were working with that night was in fact NHI, and it was not a unique experience.
Yeah. Everybody coming out, I'm telling you, I'm telling on you. It's literally what's coming out right now. They don't care. They don't care. There's complaints coming out on every aspect. From all the way to the top to people complaining about snow on their walkway, snow on their sidewalk. Like, are you kidding me? Like, you take that up with the Most High. You getting that mad about that?
Sidewalks? No problem. Springfield Public Works isn't citing homeowners for not clearing snow off sidewalks, even though there's an ordinance requiring they shovel their sidewalks by the morning after a snowstorm.
Yeah, for some residents, though, Public Works is causing a bigger headache for them after they've shoveled their sidewalks. News Channel 20's Monique Davis is working for you with why residents are now sending complaints to the city. Monique?
That's right. I spoke to a few residents and they tell me the snow they removed from their sidewalks has now been put back after plows entered their neighborhood.
We did what you asked. Now the city comes behind us and makes a mess.
Springfield resident Lee Hunter says he plowed his sidewalks the day after the snowstorm last week, but the city's plows put it back 3 days later. As a 60-year-old man with older neighbors, Hunter says it's not fair to have to shovel their sidewalks again.
We're doing this here to be responsible. We're doing this here for the mailmen. We're doing this here for, people that walk up and down the sidewalks.
The director of Public Works, Dave Fuchs, says when plows are sent out, they sometimes have no choice in order to get the streets cleared.
Sometimes it does go on the sidewalk, and that's unfortunate, and we regret it.
Despite the city's efforts to clear the streets, Hunter says the added snow is inconveniencing the neighborhood.
But my character won't let me leave it. But I have to wait and let it melt some more because.
There you go. My character will not let me. Now that goes both ways. There's pros and cons. Now your character won't let you leave it. It's a sign of your pride. It's just what it is. I mean, that's the beautiful fine line that we are always trying to find within our own selves of what to do and what not to do. Now that goes to show with the brother that, hey, that's our integrity. That's just who we are as a people. We just can't see atrocities happen, you know what I'm saying, and let it go by the side, or see somebody, need help, or that's just who we are to the bottom of our core as a people. We don't want to be doing I ain't no killer, but don't push me. You know what I'm saying? Like, we are good-hearted, kinded people who just want to laugh and live and love.
It's so thick and so heavy. I can't even take my snow blower down through here.
Fuchs wanted to make it clear the Office of Public Works.
But I love how he sounds, because it's like, this is my hood. Like, y'all coming over here. It's like how we used to go into the suburbs, and then like Karens be following you around. You're not supposed to be in this community. It's like, I'm over here. This is my hood. You're like, you can't be coming over here doing this stuff. And now y'all losing all your homes. And now y'all having to move into the hoods. Now you're having to move into the projects, the ghettos. And you can't get away with that same Karen shit. You can't get away with that same Ken Barbie doll privilege.
Operates as a complaint-driven organization, meaning if no specific complaints are received about snow on the sidewalks, then housing citations will not be handed out.
In this particular case, snow on the sidewalk, that's a housing division issue. We refer it to them. They have received some conversations and general complaints, but as of yet, no one has given us a specific address that they've complained about.
Now, Fuchs added the Office of Public Works has not seen a trend in handing out housing citation in the past few years. Reporting in studio, I'm Monique Davis. Back to you.
Exactly. It's just as much as we try to do good and be good and mind our business, y'all still come and mess up our stuff to where we got to speak out. Oh, y'all over here in our neighborhoods. Oh, this is going on. I show y'all the video, the same video I showed where the lady sweeping up the snow and then everything on the roof came down. It's like, damn it. But hey, these are the crimes that are still
Facing
going
numerous
on.
charges, accused of swindling victims in Bradenton out of tens of thousands of dollars. Authorities say he was selling silver and gold at the Red Barn flea market, but never fulfilled some orders, leaving his customers high and dry. News Channel 8's Allison Henning has learned the suspect had already served time for similar crimes.
Seth Lutz served 5.5 years in prison for duping people out of more than $200,000 in Pinellas County. Deputies here in Manatee County say he was going by the name Steve to try and pull off a similar scheme at this Bradenton flea market. This 63-year-old man is in jail on multiple
63. You got it. You got it, Cigarette Bob.
grand theft charges. Seth Lutz ran a booth called Steve's Best Coins at the Red Barn Flea Market off First Street East in Bradenton. Customers looking to purchase silver.
See, the thing is, they're getting their own people because they realize that they within their own grouping. How many dumbasses are really on that side? Dude, there's so many dumbasses. There's so many dumbasses. Esau got some dumbasses, y'all. Probably y'all better cross. I've met a million people. I've met over a million. It's definitely some dumbasses out here. And during this time where there was just so much fear mongering and fear tactics, and everybody better get your gold coins, get your silver and everything up. This one's legitimate. This came from my great grandfather's back pocket. He kept this in his back pocket all the way till he died. So this has some significant value. I don't want to give it to you because it's my great grandpa's and it was his back pocket, but I'm willing to give it to you for $1 million. And really, it was really an aluminum. It was really an aluminum coin.
And gold ended up turning into victims of a crime.
The guy seemed all right with me. We did a couple little deals. He had the merchant, the price was right, and everything was fine.
That victim told us he put down a deposit and was promised gold coins within 7 to 10 business days, but never got them. Authorities say some of the victims paid Lutz tens of thousands of dollars.
They scammed him so badly, though. You got to understand that during this time, it was that COVID shopping spree was open to everybody, and some still are trying to milk. They're still trying to milk that orange. Like, how much more are you going? You can't milk that orange. The milk is the orange is squeezed. You can't even get no damn juice out of it no more. You can't squeeze it no more. What are you talking about?
Had to be very good at convincing people in order for them to shell over that amount of cash.
And these most recent charges weren't the first for Lutz. Pinellas deputies arrested him back in 2017 after he duped 31 victims out of about $220,000.
He served 5 years. He gets out. He's on probation. He obviously doesn't know how to do anything else except.
So these monetary crimes, and it's okay. You see how you guys have made it okay to get away with financial crimes, and the only way that you're not able to get away with it is if it's fraud, if it's placed in, if too many verdicts come out as it's been fraudulent in comparison to, like, you guys like fluffing the words to get it to where, oh, it's not really fraud, it's really monetary substance. You guys word salad and trick everything going on. But the moment that it becomes a Bernie Madoff fraud, well, you're getting your own people now. You guys really try to change the narrative now. But now that you're seeing so much financial crime, and the financials within you guys' community is what is that in your guns. Without that, there's no superiority. There is no superiority. There's nothing superior about your physical attributes. There's nothing superior about your survivalistic attributes. There's nothing survivalistic about your home ethic. There's nothing superior about your manners. There's nothing superior about your kind heart. Show me, but you'll show with the money and bullets, and that's cool.
Go out there and scam people out of their hard-earned money.
Oh, you don't say. You don't fucking say, Billy Bob Thornton. You don't say, Bryan Cranston. You really look like Bryan Cranston. You making meth in the back of the bathtub, waterhead ass boy.
The sheriff.
You talk about scamming the people, frauding, robbing. Come on now. Now that it's happening in your communities now, you guys made it so blaringly obvious that you guys wanted to exterminate us. The fact that you are now being forced and embarrassed to have to exterminate your own, that's Ouroboros. That's the snake that eats itself. You're having to eat your own young. You're having to eat your own flesh, your own skin. We didn't see this all like this before, though. That's why I'm highlighting it, because it was not like this before 2020. Now that it's past that, it's been 5 years. Oh yeah, we are not going to skate past this. We are going to dissect this and investigate this to its proper formality.
Sheriff's office says he got away with more than $100,000, but that number could climb as they ask other possible victims to come forward. Right now, Lutz is being held at the Manatee.
Yes, and that's what's going on. And that's what's going on. That's crime against your own.
For now, officials say it is now safe to touch the water affected by flooding during Helene.
It's okay to touch the water? You can't even touch the water? You can't even wash your ass? You can't even brush your teeth? You can't wash your baby bottles? Oh my goodness.
Officials with the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation lifted that contact advisory today. That included the Nolichucky, French Broad, and Pigeon Rivers. TDEC officials say the advisory was issued back in October out of caution. They say the water quality is back to what it was before.
It's not back to what it was. It's not. It's worse. It is detrimentally worse. It is not back to what it was, y'all. It is not back to what it was. People, please, please, please stop thinking that things is all good. These things are bad. Not for us. Not for us. I want to keep it real. I want to keep it real cool. I want to keep it real cool. There be at peace, brothers and sisters. This is not happening in these communities.
Helene hit East Tennessee. Any fish consumption advisories that were in place, though, before the storm are still in place.
So you eating So you eating that Homer Simpson nuclear plant fish. People out there still fishing and people are still out there. The people still got to get to eat. You think these chemicals ain't flushed out into the ocean? You think these ain't flushed down and contracted themselves along the riverbed? Going down every river? I don't know what see, now you're gonna make me have to start looking at where these rivers run through from Asheville in that particular location, because they run down from the Appalachian Mountains. And it's interesting because it, all falls down. It all falls down. I'm telling you all, it all falls down. Yeah. It all falls down. It's coming down. But the water is going down right into the water supply, sitting in the waterbed. You're talking about forever chemicals. You're talking about BlackRock. You're talking about companies like DuPont. You're talking about the other company, Novant, I think it was. These are chemicals. These are chemicals. This is not over. This is not over. This is not over. This is still continuing. You got people who they have nowhere to sleep out there. They have nowhere to sleep. And because of that, you having to move people into close quarters and to places that are not cut off. You're amongst other people who are dirty. Everybody in the places is sick. So yeah, most people don't want to go in no damn shelter. I'm humble enough to, if I need help and I need help, I'm gonna go. I've lived outside. I've been homeless. I've had to do some stuff I'm not proud of. Now I ain't had to suck no dick or nothing like that. I'm just saying, I ain't had to do all that, nothing like that. But I'm just saying, like, when it get bad like that, you become a different person when God just takes everything away from you to show you that He's trying to guide you in the direction of, this is where you gain. This is where you win, when you follow my path, my son, my daughter. Not the ways of the wicked world. Do not go down that yellow brick road to that lollipop Willy Wonka. Do not go to it. That's what we're trying to avoid. This is the crime that is going on. That yes, you still, you got the people that are of those lands. They have to clean up that. They have to clean up their own mess, because the people that are there and all of these governmental bodies, all of these governmental agencies, that goes to show you the leadership never prepared the people, never tried to. Just said, are you not entertained? Instead of them getting all of the shit together, they was so ready and busy about trying to get the football games back open. I need my football, I need my basketball, I need all of my stuff, my sports bag. You acting like a big ass American brat. Look how many people were sitting there crying about that stuff. This is American crime.
Needs teacher accused of abusing a student. Karen Howard was in court for a preliminary hearing this morning. As we've reported, she was a special ed teacher at Buckhorn Middle. Today, a Madison County Sheriff's.
I promise you, anybody who is a special ed teacher, man, you have to be a very special type of person. That's why you have to understand, who are these people outside of their badge, man. Like, even in the story I just told you about the couple that was in New Orleans that on Kitchen Nightmares with Gordon Ramsay. Who are you outside of your badge? If you can't even run this, what makes me trust you that you're able to be the doctor that I need, or the nurse that's willing to care for my family? I'd be damned if I would have let that lady be the nurse over my mama. When you know about people, and that's what we need, the signs on people's foreheads to be like, hey, this person's a pedophile. Hey, this person is dirty and nasty. Oh, this person is a great person. Oh, this person is this person's thirsty or insecure, or whatever the case may be. Because most people will not aware who they are outside, and they'll just keep it in. And they're willing to infringe it on others just because hurt people hurt other people. And I've always taken a very stern, I guess, disdainment or dislike towards people who get in jobs and professions like this for the money. Like, would you still do that if you didn't get paid? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how it comes down to me. Like, would I still operate in my excellence that the Most High gave me, whether I was monetarily compensated or not? Just the Most High giving me the grateful chance to be able to educate and get the experience and the knowledge in that moment. That's where my glory comes. And I give the Most High all the glory. But I'm just saying, like, from that standpoint, how much that means and measures in all capacities. So to see somebody who is a special ed teacher and who actually does this to special education, especially, special educated children, I take very bad to this, because I remember sitting next to Cheyenne. I was in the third grade, and that school had put me in the wrong class. They put me in the class of all Latino kids. It was an all Spanish class. My teacher spoke Spanish. I remember sitting in the back of the left back of the class, and I cried. I was crying because I'm like, I was getting in trouble at home because my mama didn't understand until she actually came up to the school and was like, "What the hell is this?" You know what I'm saying? And then they were like, "Hey, we don't got any more classes. All the classes are overfilled," and stuff like that. So he was like, "We can take them out of this class and we can put them in another class." You know, the other class they put me in? They put me in a special ed class. And that's how I met Cheyenne. They put me in a special ed class. Now, mind that my IQ was like 148. I was a very bright kid. They put me in a special education, and Cheyenne was like my little partner, my little teacher, my little friend, my little special education friend, and that humbled me because she was there, but she wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? And it gave me just such a profound, deep connection with people who are handicapped or disabled like that, and to kind of really care and nurture them because of how you have to be a greater person. I mean, we take things for granted, and that alone just humbles me so much. And so when I see somebody who may not be all the way there, or who is physically disabled, or may have some type of mental incapacity to be able to function like the rest of us, we have to take very particular special care. I can't imagine. I don't have any kids. And even if I had a bunch of kids and they all were special ed, I'm not going to sit there and beat my kids' ass and get mad and frustrated and angry. Like you see most of these people, like, lady, you're getting paid to do this job. It's not like you're the parent of this child. How dare you even put your hands? No, nobody should be putting hands on each other at the end of the day. Keep your hands to your damn self. Unless you're making love. But for somebody to take out what they may be going through out on the next recipient, on the next counterpart, it's just wrong. That's just showing emotional and mental immaturity at that point, where your reaction is to lash out in any instinctive capacity. Like, kids are going to be kids. That's one thing I've truly learned now. Like, there's nothing you can take away from a kid. Now, what they get learned and they get filtered out of it, if it doesn't filter out of their system the most positive and productive way, then yes, it will stay with them. As much as stuff has stayed with all of us as well, as we have grown up and we've been tortured and traumatized by it, and we're trying to get through that gunk. But I remember being with Cheyenne, and I had a teacher did that to her. And I stood up for her, and I got in trouble. But then I didn't get in trouble because my mom was like, "You did the right thing." And because of that, they put me in the class with Miss Liss. And I love Miss Liss.
Investigator laid out how this case unfolded. Now, a 13-year-old claims Howard slapped him in the face, punched him in the shoulder, and hit him with a cell phone. The investigator says that video evidence shows Howard take the student out of one classroom and then into another. Now, that second classroom did not have any cameras. She was seen appearing to put on rubber gloves.
All praise to the Most High for putting cameras in our world. The amount of crimes that have never been caught on camera, Emmett Till, you name it. We can go down the list of crimes that are now being justified by Hurricane Helene, Hurricane Milton, these wildfires, these earthquakes, all of the calamities around the world. You're seeing our ancestral spirits come alive now and say, these back taxes are due. You're due.
Gloves in the hallway. The student then leaves the second room. A A few moments later, distressed and apparently crying, teachers aide told the SRO that Howard made a comment about teaching the child a lesson right after returning. The detective says Howard ignored his attempts to talk with her after getting the report. The case has been moved to a grand jury.
As it should. As it should. There's 100% no excuse for that.
A Rockford man faces decades in prison after being found guilty of battering a child. 41-year-old Josh.
You see how angry and pissed off he was? He don't want to be talking about that shit about his own peoples. He's pissed. He's angry he got to do that. He would have had much more of a giggle and a smile if it was somebody that looked like us.
Joshua Crutch was convicted of 3 counts of aggravated battery to a child and 1 count of domestic battery after a jury trial in front of Winnebago County Judge Brendan Marr. The investigation in the case began on February 28, 2023, when the Rockford Police Department and DCFS received a report that a child was physically abused by Crutch. The child had injuries on his face, arms, and hands. According to police, Crutch hit, bit, and dragged the child as a form of punishment. Crutch is due back in court on February 21st and faces 36 years in prison.
Ooh, y'all know what to do. It is going down. Number 9 in the loop. Number 9 is in the loop. It is. You biting a kid, like, what did that kid do? It's the vanilla chocolate bar. I don't know. How do you explain these things? Like, was the child beating your ass, had you in a chokehold that you had to bite the kid? Like, what are we doing here now, folks? What are we doing? What did the kids do that they, what are we doing with the kids? It don't make no sense. You deserve what you're getting. The wheels on the bus go round and round. All of the kids are getting affected right now. Their buses are getting hit. That's crazy. Yo, let me bring that back. That's crazy. Like, that hit the whole driver, y'all. That hit the whole driver. Like, yeah. But this is everywhere. Like, people still got to get their kids to school. It's still slipping and sliding outside. Now, this is overseas. I'm just showing you this because this just not happening in America. It's just not happening in America. This happened in China. This happened in Italy. This is with Florence, Italy. Yeah. Portugal. But I showed you one video because there is so many videos. And so I just have to consolidate it down to one. But yeah. Is there any? There's no sound to it. The firefighters are busy as hell, y'all. Just out of nowhere, the trees. That was a whole tree. The trees are just falling out of nowhere and saying, stop, stop, in the name of love. You ain't going no far. Yes, it is literally on. It is on 10 toes down. That's what we get into right now. Hold up. What happened? What happened to my video? Oh, come on. There we go. There we go.
Personnel shortage, which is raising concerns about the nation's defense capability. Taiwan's military has been struggling with personnel shortage, which is raising concerns about the nation's defense capabilities. According to data from the Defense Ministry, the number of volunteer soldiers and officers seeking early discharge has increased significantly over the past few years. In 2020, 401 personnel applied for early discharge, but by last year, that number had risen to 1,565.
These folks don't want to fight. They're like, what the hell am I fighting for? All of these people around the whole world are getting it right now. They're like, yo, what the hell are we fighting for? Look at our country right now. That's what is going on right now.
The staffing ratio, which measures...
This is Taiwan. Taiwan is willing to step out. They don't want to fight fucking China. They don't want to fight nobody. They just want to make computer chips.
The number of available positions that have been filled has also declined. In 2020, the staffing ratio stood at 88.57%, but by 2024, it had dropped to 78.6%. This is below the minimum operational standard of 85%. This downward trend is also reflected in the number of military academy graduates seeking early discharge. In 2020, 110 graduates applied for early discharge, but by 2024, that number had more than doubled to 234. The shortage has been attributed to the combination of factors, including Taiwan's declining birth rate, a competitive job market, insufficient benefits and incentives, and even rising tensions with China. In a bid to address the personnel shortage, Taiwan's Defense Ministry has proposed a range of measures, including relaxing management policies, easing recruitment restrictions, and salary increases. Now, according to Taiwan's Defense Ministry's statistics, there has been a steady decline in the number of voluntary military personnel after peaking at over 164,884 at the end of 2021. The number significantly dropped in the last 3 years to 152,885 as of June 2024. This has raised concerns about Taiwan's military capabilities despite U.S. assistance.
Despite U.S. assistance, none of these places have no military. None of these places have military. They don't want to be have to have a military, but knowing that these other major countries, yeah, that's a crime. You're sitting here forcing these people and making them capitulate because of national interests. Because of national interests, but not knowing that nobody's at this. These men are away from women. How do you expect them to have a woman? How do you expect them to have a family? How do you expect them to have a marriage and have kids and upkeep it? And the wife having to worry about if you're going to be going to the deep blue sea with Ariel and the mermaid. So while they're out there, what are the women doing? That's where we're causing these conundrums now. The amount of crime where it's forcing people to have to go into doing things that they don't want to have to do. These people don't want to have to do these things no more. And people going to start getting like, it's going to be that draft energy. It's literally going to be that draft energy. So yeah, it's going down.
Get this, a fire in the Metro East started overnight because a man's pants were on fire. Firefighters in Dupo say he was standing too close to a heater when his pants caught fire. He threw them off on the porch, which then sparked the flames to
the that man is going to hell with some gasoline draws on. That's the meaning of it.
To the trailer along State Street. The man was taken to the hospital for burns to his legs.
That man going to hell with some gasoline draws on. He getting an early start. He said, I'm going to find out how this goes.
In a shopping center in Short Pump, and it's pretty quiet now, but just 6 hours ago there were folks buzzing around here trying to figure out what the loud
I appreciate her energy because we get out there, we know how to exaggerate and express these.
boom was that they had heard.
Was it really an earthquake?
It was not your imagination.
You see how they're getting shook. And when an incident like that happens, their conversations are on a loop. You see what I'm saying? Like any distress or interruption within their comfort stays and it stains and it festers within their mental psyche. These become an ongoing tweet. They become an ongoing post. They become an ongoing conversation at the dinner tables and in the beds with the pillow talk. Oh, darling, I'm scared. What are we going to do? I don't know, darling. I don't know. I'm scared just as much as you.
Small earthquake shook parts of central Virginia, many going outside.
It's interesting this happened in Virginia. It's interesting this happened in Virginia because in that particular location, I've been there, and these particular locations are very, I want to say this, sophisticated or militarized or just government-esque. You're not too far from the hillbillies of West Virginia. Virginia, it still has the same capacity of that as well, but you're just looking at the prestigiousness of these things happening in these locations. Oh, nothing will happen, and there's no fault lines here. No, you got one now.
I'd worried something fell on their home.
What was that?
What in the hell was that?
Make off to get back to you, okay?
Whole family is done, just gone. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, what was that?
Our newsroom flooded with calls from concerned viewers. The U.S. Geological Survey confirming the 2.8 magnitude earthquake hit near the Wyndham neighborhood.
It's like a quick shake.
Not too far from Charlottesville. Wow. I don't know any brothers and sisters who live out here, Petersburg, and I've worked Petersburg, I've worked Richmond, I've worked Charlottesville, I've worked Fredericksburg, this Williamsburg over here. Yep. Yes, these places you wouldn't. That's a fault line too. I think it is. I can't tell. It looks like one. If that is one that is showcasing there, but I have to go to my other guys to really see what the other, if there was any fault line. Anyways.
A quick shake and a kind of, I heard a noise too, like a really loud noise.
I heard a big.
They are hearing these loud noises. It's amazing that they're speaking like this. Like, I heard this horn. I heard these loud. It's like you play dumb for so long. Your parents helped you play dumb for so long. Even this kid is able to tell, hey, I see dead people. And his dad is going to be like, oh, I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, let's get him some medicine. There's got to be something wrong with our son. He can't be seeing these spiritual things like those Negroes. He looked like Brett Favre and Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Residents also report feeling the
See, and they're not going to take that spiritual. They're going to think that he's kooky.
earthquake in Short Pump, Glen Allen, and Laurel. Lloyd Wendell, who lives in Glen Allen, tells me his entire house shook. He says his wife thought a tree fell on their house.
So I went outside, and she was outside. Neighbors across the street was outside, and they were hollering across, "What is shaking my house?"
Wendell tells me he quickly assumed it was an earthquake, but says it was.
I ain't gonna lie, little boys, they love their Spider-Man. It's so hilarious. I got nephews. You gotta love kids, man. The kids are awesome.
Wasn't his first.
I've been through 3 of them in the Glen Allen area and the Hanover area when they had them. So I kind of figured it was an earthquake. The plates were probably moving again.
Governor Glenn Youngkin issuing a statement. It reads in part, "Our teams are contacting local government officials now and are working to assess the impact." As of right now, there are no reports of damage or injuries. However, if you have any damage, you are asked to call Henrico's non-emergency number. That number is 804.
It is rocking and rolling in places that people would have never thought that would happen. That's the beauty about like this year going on, is that I'm showcasing things that would have never happened. And when I do the history, it's like, damn, just like he said, it's like, oh, we only had 3 of these. You know what I'm saying? And I'm studying these locations, and then you're looking at the historical context. Okay, what went down in Williamsburg? What went down in Fredericksburg? What went down in East Charlottesville? What went down in these places? You know? That's why you can't sit here and be trying to grandstand and go. You don't know what was going on. You just know about what was going on in your own little selfish bubble of life. But yeah.
Lanier by Neuromod Devices uses dual mode.
No. Now, this guy, he drove from wherever he was at and drove up to stalk the new rookie NBA star, aka Great White Hope of WNBA basketball, Caitlin Clark. And I think because she said something pertaining towards, like bigging up, like black women are the reason WNBA are even around. You know, she got so much uh, hate her coming her way as if she was a nigger lover and things like that. And so you have a lot of their own people going after who are, you know, trying to not even be neutral. They just like, I ain't even trying to be a part of that. Like I know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like she didn't like listening to it is like dude, she just giving people these flowers like they like she like all of y'all should be doing. But when a person gives somebody their flowers who are of the other ethnicity, you call that, you know, you call it what you call it, but now you're realizing that that stuff is backfiring on you guys by what you say now. They thinking that this freedom of speech and the freedom to act behind that speech is not going to get you in trouble. They think that that pride of pretty privilege is going to negate what you were doing. No, you're getting held to the highest letter of the laws now, ladies and gentlemen. That's why I'm showing this. This American Crab, I ain't even got the cooking yet. But I'm just saying, I'm just getting some of these snippets, some of the appetizers out for y'all. Because there's some stories that I got, man, it's just this is one of them. But you're seeing the grandstanding of people saying what they're saying and acting it out and then getting in trouble about it and then get locked up. What they actually get in here and be like, "Oh, I did the crime," or "I'm guilty as charged," or they have no emotional remorse, like trying to be prideful in front of the judge, like, "Oh yeah, I'm hard. Like, what's up? I did that." You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like they're adopting our weird traumatic energy that we had towards all of this. You know what I'm saying? It's like they're soaking up what we're trying to let go now. Am I tripping when I say that? Are they soaking up that energy, that that's what I feel like it's happening right now. Because they never used to go into courtrooms like saying like, "Oh, F you this, F you that," or you know what I'm saying? And they used to be crying. Like, "Judge, I've learned my lesson. Oh, just let me go." You know what, everybody, she's learned a lesson. I know that she killed all of her babies and stuff like that, but we're just gonna give her, 5 days of probation. Oh no, those days is far gone now, sir. Ma'am. No, those days are far gone now. You just can't get away with what you used to get away with. You just can't drown your babies and you just can't behead your wife and think that you can just sit there and do what you was doing. No, you about to get that L. You think that woman and these other sheriffs want to sit here and be having to push somebody who looks like them?
Morning, Mr. Lewis. No.
You think they want to hear him say that and do that? No. They're embarrassed by that. That is not okay.
Sir, this is initial hearing. We are not. You have a right to remain silent, and I expect you to exercise that. Okay, this is just telling you what the charges are. You do not listen. I'll give you a chance to.
I got privilege. No, you don't. You don't get to talk. They letting them know now. They letting them know now that they are getting. This is the most humbling thing. That's why I have to showcase this, because this is the only way that these folks are able to see the humility, to see their whole world get ripped away from them, where you're spending days, months, years behind bars. And the moment that you get out, you have a record. The moment that you're not accused, you're convicted. You are a convicted stalker now, sir. You are a convicted sex offender. You are a convicted molester. You are a convicted rapist. You are a convicted murderer. I just read in the Bible right now about murder. So yes.
To talk? Not your time. Stop talking. You have a right to know what your charges are. You're charged with stalking as a level 5 felony.
I don't know what that entails, but they are getting the highest scores. They are getting the highest levels of all of the crime. That's why I'm showcasing this, because they can't showcase to us and allow these people to get away with that or get out of these crimes as they used to. You see what I'm saying? They can't get away with that no more. That's what's being stopped now, is that these are high level crimes that these people cannot ignore. Like, these judges have to now. They have to now.
All right, they are alleging level 5.
That's everybody in there is white. Everybody in there is white and having to deal with this one stupid ass. You see what I'm saying? Like, you just couldn't go to work and do what you're supposed to do like everything. Yeah, he looked like a troll.
Felony carries 1 to 6 years in the Department of Corrections with a presumptive sentence of being 3 years. They are.
And you know what? They not trolling us no more like that. And they being removed and blocked and excommunicated. Completely removed from the board game. Completely removed from the board game. You just can't get away with what you was doing. People was trying to get away with what they
State brothers charged in a sex crimes investigation are scheduled for a bail hearing today in Manhattan federal court. Alan Oren and their older brother Tal Alexander accused of drugging and raping dozens of women for more than a decade. In a court filing ahead of today's hearing, prosecutors allege that more than 40 women have reported being assaulted by at least one of the.
And these are all frat boys. These are what these frat boys do. I promise you. These little groupings of guys. Yeah.
Brothers between 2002 and 2021. The brothers deny all of these allegations.
You can't deny them because you guys have been doing them. You guys have been doing them. And that's the thing. You're seeing that even they don't want, you got to understand that when one messes up, and it's no different from when they was doing it with us. It's no different from when after the first video I showed you guys was one video of one brother taking items out of a house. Now, to them, that looks like they're just robbing. To us, we have questions. Okay, that's a house. Whose house is it? Oh, it's their house? Oh, okay. We always like to ask questions. Why? Because we have been fooled and we've been duped before. But when the questions get asked about them, we have to investigate. We have to do a study. We have to, it's still under investigation. No. It's not it's not being excused anymore. It's not being excused anymore. These folks is burnt out. They don't want to go to work. They don't want to go to work. These people don't want to go to work. And so what they do is they get on and get the happy-go-lucky. And then you got people who have these little parties. You got these people who actually put these things together. This is white-collar crimes at its finest.
Men from Romania pled guilty to possessing skimming devices in Mississippi. Alexandru Gregorge and Marian Nescu both pled guilty to 1 count of possession of device-making equipment. Prosecutors said the pair were seen on surveillance placing skimming devices on point-of-sale machines in June and July of 2024. The two are scheduled to be sentenced on April the 15th and face a maximum penalty of 15 years in.
The maximum. I'm showing y'all that they're not saying minimums anymore. Before 2020, I promise y'all, I used to hear minimums. That's why I showcase these, because it is maximums. This is no joke right now, y'all. These are two people that are off of the working force, that are out of society. They don't like their numbers dwindling. People are finding other ways to, because they feel like they are being deprived of an American dream that they are or ordained to have, or by some type of blood or whatever like that. No, you guys are being found to now. Okay, these are not. You can't get away with nothing no more. And you're seeing people who are trying to get all extra technical, like I can commit a technical crime and I can get away with it. No, all of this technical stuff is coming back. You can't get away with none of this technical stuff. You can't get all of this stuff is on the system, y'all.
elaborate scheme happening at dozens of Bay Area targets.
There's no evidence that they work at all. All they do is steal.
Sheriff Grady Judd says 4 people are accused of operating a retail theft scheme on multiple levels. The sheriff said,
Well. That crime is across the whole board, ain't it? Am I tripping? But ain't none of our money going down in Chinatown, Koreatown. A lot of these nail shops, these beauty supply stores, a lot of our people ain't in there like that no more. A lot of our sisters walking around with the afro now, with the permanent hair out, not permanent, but pressing it out. They ain't using no more chemicals. Now they're using the juices and berries. The thing is that most of these people cannot go to other nationalities and be able to capitalize on them. The Asians can't go to the Mexicans and sell them a Mexican taco. The Mexicans can't go to the Asians and sell them an Asian dish. That's the crossing out of everybody. If that's every other ethnicity. If you don't have the amount of people to compensate for that influx of your money, of the money going into your business establishment, you guys have erased that by treating us like shit. And our money alone is a greater GDP than most countries. That's how powerful our black dollar was. If you guys said that black lives don't matter, our black fucking dollar does. And you've seen over the last 5 years how much it significantly jacked y'all up. Because quiet is kept as much as they sit here and be saying that, oh, no, they don't support their own businesses like that. Their businesses are marketed to be able to be predatorial for our communities. You don't see a bunch of these people having how many Chinese trinkets you gonna buy? How many Armenian trinkets you gonna buy? The last people was Armenian. How many people are that dedicated on a regular basis to keep your business up and rising? Unless it's food, because everybody need food. And most of the time people go into doing food. And most of them really can't cook, and they really not fucking sanitary, and they're not clean. And when you go to their house, you realize that, and it's just not them. It's every single one of them.
Levels. The sheriff says the suspects would scam people for gift cards and then use them to purchase high-end electronics at Bay Area targets. They would also use employee discount codes to purchase those items at a deeply discounted price. So how did detectives catch on? We're told 2 North Lakeland Target employees were allegedly flagged.
Ooh, so it ain't no brothers and sisters. It's not no brothers and sisters. I keep trying to tell my brothers and sisters the crime that is not happening right now is not our brothers and sisters. I am not sorry about talking about this. Nor will I be. I'm not going to be. Because as many times as I walked in the store just wearing a black hoodie like I'm wearing right now and get profiled. And I actually got way more money than the damn supervisor. And you come and press me and send security guard on me and follow me around the store and make me uncomfortable? Oh yeah, I'm gonna call you all the way out. But when you got people who actually could be working and acting like they're struggling, but your bills and expenses are $10,000, well, there's no way your expenses and bills should be that high. That's by choice. But because everybody thinks that they're entitled to some form of an American dream, by changing it into the American scheme? Nah, this is the American scheme, and the American scheme is reversing the scam back on every single one of them. That's what's happening right now. It's like stick your hand in this hole, and you might get $1 million, or you may get bit. And it's the year of the snake. So everybody's sticking their hand in a glory hole and thinking they're going to pull out $1 million gloriously out of that one hole. They're going to pull $1 million out of it. Not a $1 million check. They're going to pull $1 million out of that hole.
For giving the suspects discounts.
We saw them discounting 60, 80, 90%.
He's pissed having to talk about this. Look how the energy. I'm telling you, the energy is different, yo. And then when he takes that badge off, you know that these conversations are private.
And that's what came to Target's attention. That's how they first got onto it.
According to court documents,
because they've been so used to looking at us as the primary suspects that these people went under the radar, all of these different colors and flavors.
The suspects bribed them with smartwatches and other items.
The other one had been bribed with like an Apple Watch and Starbucks coffee, and he was given discounts on a $300 Apple iPad, $400 Apple iPad. They were paying $100.
Investigators say the suspects then shipped those high-end electronics to China. The suspects are then accused of returning counterfeit items to Target.
Not only were they scamming people and ripping them off and ripping off Target, but then they were returning product to Target and ripping Target off again.
And the sheriff believes there are more suspects and more victims.
If this is occurring in 8 different counties in West Central Florida, we believe it's happening in other places.
And 3 of those suspects were
And it is happening everywhere. You don't freaking say.
arrested and live in Pasco County. One was just arrested and we are told lives in Texas. The sheriff saying they are Chinese nationals. However, they are legally here. They are all 4 facing racketeering charges and up to 30 years in prison.
For Apple Watch. Why you sending it to China when they made it to China? They made it in China to send it over here so they can make more money. Why you sending it back to China to get more less money? Who over there in China is going to pay these American prices? Oh my God, you big dummy. You get 30 years. And these people are off. These people are off the working force. This is American crime. They're going to be out there fighting them fires. They're going to be making $1. Oh, you going to hell in some gasoline draws now. You're going to be on fire. You really going to find out. This is not, this 30 years. I'm showing y'all. This is just not, these are not sliding. These are things that are not sliding. I have to keep showing it because we have to change the complete perception of it being us and these crimes. That's what I'm doing. I have to be able to showcase this so we can get a greater understanding, man. This is crazy. The amount of crime happening right now is crazy. It's not. They're getting stretched, y'all. I'm talking about this ain't yoga class. They getting stretched.
Decades in prison in a deadly Bennington crash. Joshua Kuhl was driving drunk when he ran a stop sign and hit another vehicle last year. 69-year-old Gary Smith died. 3 others were hurt. Kuhl had twice the legal limit of alcohol in his system. Today, the sentencing was moved twice to different courtrooms because of the size of the crowd. The victim's brothers spoke.
They bringing everybody in their whole community about this. You see what I'm saying? Like, all of these people's affected. All these people can't go. They're not at work. They had to take a day off of work, and that's money out of their pocket. You think they wanted to have to deal with these things? They didn't used to have to deal with these things unless they were on jury duty. And if they were doing jury duty, they actually got compensated. So yeah, they're having to take time off. She's just like, oh my God. Oh, she's doing the same thing. Yeah, we're here again. Oh, I cannot believe this is happening. Oh my God. You know, I'm dealing with my own issues right now. I just don't have the time. How can they just do these things? I don't know, but you know, I have to separate myself from this because this is just not okay for me to be attached to this. I can't support you no more, Billy. Billy, this is the last time I'm coming up here, and you shouldn't have did what you did. You're over here driving recklessly. I told you to get the Uber. You didn't listen to me. You never listened to me. I've been married to you for 30 years. You just never listened to me. I've always cooked your food, and you just never listened to me. I told you to take the dog out. You never listened to me. Oh my goodness, Billy.
Spoke to us after the sentence was handed down.
There's no amount of time that he could be in jail for what he took away from us. But I think.
You think these people ain't pissed? He is broken, shattered, y'all. This is everywhere. I'm painting, y'all. Let me take a deep breath. They are more than willing than what they ever used to feel or think or know to want to pull the executive decision, to pull the lever on somebody who looks like them, who committed a crime, because it knocked on their front door and ended up on their shit list now. That's the pendulum swing that I'm trying to showcase, that, hey, they are not afraid now. This is the snake that is about to eat itself, because how old is he? This man is 37 years old. I'm just playing. You know, a lot of the 37-year-olds look like this right now. It's crazy.
I think the judge was fair, taking everything into consideration.
Smith's brother says he hopes one thing people take away is to not drink and drive.
Oh, yeah, I got more on that. It's not over. You got one over. I got one on my other computer where they saying that the mama should be held accountable for that one as well. I ain't switched it over to it yet because I got so many tabs on this one. I'm trying to just run through and keep painting my pictures. But yeah, you got these people burnt out. You got people burnt out. Many nurses are burnt out. Police, fire workers are burnt out. It's impacting how they're treating each other now. Matter of fact, I'm gonna pull this one up because this is
Discuss the nursing crisis that's affecting the quality of life and healthcare costs across the country. Why do you believe America has a nursing shortage? And how is the shortage impacting healthcare costs and quality of service patients are receiving?
So I would say that the nursing crisis is a cyclical thing. You don't have enough professors, right? Because you don't pay them well. Nursing professors, you don't pay them well.
Our women age so beautiful and so graceful. Just, I love my chocolate skin, brown skin women. I'm telling y'all, you gotta do your thing. This, I'm telling y'all. That lady was the same age as you. You don't look nowhere like that.
And if you don't have enough professors, you cannot accept more students. So you graduate the students that you can, you graduate them, and they go into the field. And, you know, it can be, so by the way, I am a family nurse practitioner. I started out my career as a critical care nurse, worked in the ICU for several years, worked in the cardiothoracic unit for several years, and got my leadership chops, if you will, from working as a hospital administrator. So the nursing crisis is a real thing. The nursing crisis absolutely affects quality and safety. But when you think about it, again, back to that cyclical cycle, you don't have enough nursing professors to teach nursing students. Once you have those nursing students that graduate, they go into the field and they are burnt the hell out because there aren't enough nurses there. Then you have multiple people leaving the field. Some will say, is it, well, you know, increase salaries. Salaries is not it, right? Because people, after a while, if you're a nurse, you love your job. You do the job. You want to be paid well. You want to be paid as, acknowledgement of what you're doing. But I think the biggest reason why there's a nursing shortage is because nurses are counted as an expense in a hospital setting rather than a value add. And so physicians in the hospitals have RVUs. They're counted, they are budgeted in a way that accounts for their value. We, as nurses, are only accounted for as an expense. And so the first thing everyone does is when you see that you're about to go over budget or you aren't going to hit that 3% margin, you cut the nurses.
Sounds like teaching in a way. It's pretty bugged out. It's like the same thing. Please explain how the shortage is impacting the quality of care people are getting. Because I had a nurse tell me in private that, what'd she say? I can't use the word that she used because she was cursing. But basically she said, if you don't have to go to the hospital, don't go.
I think that's a bit harsh. Yeah. I would never suggest that someone not go. I would tell them to research where they're going and go to that hospital. But if you need to go to a hospital, go to a hospital. But I would say that it impacts safety because we have professional organizations. Nurses have several different professional societies, professional organizations. I will use A1 as an example, the Association of Women Obstetrics and Neonatal Nursing. And then I can go to ACCN, which is critical care nursing. A1 says if you are a labor and delivery nurse, you are only supposed to have 2 patients.
That's it.
Period. If they are in active labor, you're only supposed to have two patients.
That makes sense.
If you're short of nurses and you have 4 laboring people on the unit and all you have is 1 nurse, maybe a charge nurse and somebody in triage, meaning nurses, it's too much. And so that's how it impacts quality and safety.
Oof. You got people burnt out, y'all. You got people burnt out. It's no joke. And so are you getting the quality? Are you getting the quality that you're getting when you got people who are, burnt out? They don't want to do their job no more. They don't want to do their job no more. They don't want to do their job no more. That they have to actually care about something. You know what I'm saying? That's weird. Like, you're being exposed for not truly caring. Now, this guy right here. Hey, don't he look like the killer clowns from outer space? He looked just like the killer clowns from outer space. I'm going to have to pull this up. This dude looks just like the killer clown from outer space. And this movie used to scare the shit out of me as a kid, y'all. I promise y'all, I did not like this movie. I loved it, but I knew that it got me as a kid. I was like, nope. I'm going to bring it back, but yeah, this the killer clowns of outer space. He looked just like one of these. This one spooked the hell out of me as a kid. No, it got me. It got me. But that's where we at with it.
2 Louisville men facing federal charges now are connected to the liquor store in Newburgh that was raided by federal agents. Sukhjit Baines and Jonathan Ernspiker were indicted on weapons and drug-related charges. An ATF official confirms to WLKY that the case is linked to Friday's raid at Liquor Palace 5 on Preston Highway. But no other details are being released. Today, Louisville Metro Alcoholic Beverage Control suspended the business's liquor license.
Oh, these people are being taken out of the workforce. They're not going to be able to work and do what? They're going to have to do laborer's work because you're not going to get hired in any prestigious position with criminal records now. Because they upheld them against us, they are being upheld against them. But this is to the highest extent because they have disappointed them. You see what I'm saying? It's disappointed them that they have to deal with all of this. They're facing federal charges for doing what they were doing. This is not. He looked like a strawberry sundae with the cherry on top. Oh, you sad little Chucky baby. He just walked around angry. You know how many dudes that I sat here and just watched be angry like this, just mad at everybody, just mad at the world. You got everything, sir. You got a nice truck. You got all of it. Well, I'm still mad. The fuck about? Like, what the? I promise y'all, beloveds, there's people like this all day, every day, finding a way to try to take something away from the next person. Instead of going out and just creating and making your own. Why must you? You cannot help yourself. You must go and mess with somebody else's establishment. Now, the whole fact that these people's business in life. You got to understand that these people ain't gotten out of their head about the whole Vivek Ramaswamy the situation about Indians and doing that right now, the Mexicans right now, the Indians and Arabs and stuff like that. They still pissed off at the blacks. So still at the same time, y'all just pissed off at everybody. But now you are running into these situations where they are getting stretched now. They're committing any small crime and you are getting whooped.
The owner of a horse ranch in LaGrange for a deadly hit and run. Jason Cornett was arrested today for vehicular homicide. Oldham County Police believe he was driving drunk in November when he hit a woman on US 42 between Highway 53 and Smith Lane. 75-year-old Margaret Preble was killed. 2 days after the crash, investigators found his pickup truck at an auto repair shop in Corbin, Kentucky. Cornett was originally charged with leaving the scene of an accident and tampering with evidence. He's in jail tonight on a $500,000 bond.
So that was from the last one. The previous video was the two other guys. This was the first cutting of that. My bad, y'all. I should have played this one first and then go to that one because I mistakenly thought that the last crime was it, but this was the one. You got to understand that it is very icy outside, and the risk of crashes is exponentially higher now. Stay off of the roads right now. The roads are meant for them right now because they can't wait to get out there and wave the American flag right now. The inauguration's in a couple of days, y'all. People's energy is about to super change. But even while it's changing, their reality is still very here. The reality is still very here. They've done everything they can to sit here and run away from their murders. They commit these crimes, and then it's a beautiful thing is that the Holy Spirit is torturing them. You see what I'm saying? Like it's like the spirits are literally torturing these people. They can't sleep. They're traumatized by everything that they have done, whether it's teaching, whether it's nursing, whether it's the insurance companies, whether it's the medical industries, whether it's police, EMTs, firefighters, government officials, regular supervisors and managers, owners of businesses who treated people very wrong, people who did shit on their vacations in the backwoods, on the beaches where there was no cameras, going to these different locations and getting drunk and committing these crimes. And they're like, oh, well, because I committed this crime in another place, let me just hurry up and hop on this plane. Let me hop in this car and get out of Dodge. Dude, you're going through 400 cameras before you get home. Dude, you're stopping to get gas and using your card. Dude, you're on. Man, it's not good for these folks.
5-year-old man has confessed to killing 2 people who were reported missing a decade ago. Police say Scott Barnett walked into a police station and confessed to the stabbing deaths of Terrell Lehman and Charles Webster back in 2014. He told police he knew the victims. Charging documents obtained by WJZ report Barnett dismembered the victims' bodies and placed them in trash cans in various locations. The victims have never been found. Barnett faces multiple counts now of first and second-degree murder.
That's why I love this alignment, because this alignment is truly reverberating. It is reverberating the truth. It is pulling off the layers of the onions on these people to reveal the truth and speak about it and not hold back. Nothing is being held back. You got people who are coming out and confessing to murders years and decades ago now, y'all. That's what I'm trying to show to you guys right now, that you have people who are literally walking in and saying, hey, I committed this crime. I committed that crime. This is where you can find a body. Hey, this is where you can find the trails. You have a lot of these people doing this right now because all of a sudden they got some scruples and morals. Because all of a sudden their moral compass is starting to try to tinker in the right direction. There is thousands of these folks doing this, y'all. And you're wondering why there's so many job positions open right now. I can go out and get hired anywhere. and be able to do the job way better than anybody in them offices. But they hold these offices because of nepotism, because of nationalism, because that's your buddy, because of the sororities and the fraternities. And you knew your homeboy from back in college was a doofus. You know that he never did his work in class. You know that he was a party animal. You knew that he used to do all of these things to these girls. You knew that this person used to be horrible. You knew that this person was a drug addict. And yet, you still let him get a check. And yet, you sat pacified and apathetic and didn't speak up. And yet, you allowed these people to do these. And now this is the year of the great reveal where everybody's just, I got to reveal, I got to get it off my chest. The alignment is blowing the trumpet into these people's skulls. And the sound is reverberating so loud to where they cannot sleep. They cannot think. They don't know how to feel. They can't talk. And when they talk, they are openly pouring their whole fucking life in your hands. You can put your hands out and they can pour their whole life out into your hands, and it's going to be overflowing. This is no different. This is no different. We cannot let none of this slide. People are literally showing up, walking into the police stations. 30 years later, 40 years later, they're getting caught and they're like, yep, you caught me. Yep. So you would have went to your grave knowing that you did all this. Well, that's what I was told to do. That's what the movies told me to do. Take it to the grave. I don't know what else to do. I don't know what else to say. So yeah, you got people that this alignment is literally waking people up to what they have been doing. It is literally showcasing to everybody what these people have been doing. Can't get away with this stuff no more. You're not getting away with this stuff no more.
Money is now being offered to catch a fugitive and a former county councilman who's accused of child sex crimes.
As our Jenny Runovich reports tonight, this cash reward is being ponied up by a private citizen, not police.
Well, the U.S. Marshals and the Madison County Sheriff, who used to be with the Marshals Service, tell me it is rare to have a reward come from an ordinary citizen. Very rare. We're talking $25,000, all in hopes that this fugitive is finally found.
He's at the top of Madison County's most wanted, and cash may lead to his capture, $25,000.
That motivates people.
As a reward for information.
They'll start talking. Everyone's got a Judas out there. We just got to.
Oh, who this guy right here? Who is this? Is this Carl? This Carl. He said it. He said there's a Judas out there and everybody's willing to open their mouths and say what they need to say. I'm telling you right now, everybody, this is the year. This is smoking gun. Look at the gun in the back right there. That's American politics. That's American crime. That is American justice. We're going to throw a couple dollars here and there like a stripper, and we're going to go ahead and get somebody to go and tell Candace and Crystal, you go ahead and scoop up this guy. We might have somebody in our trajectory. We got somebody in our scopes. We don't know who it is, but we need somebody else to kind of help us assist that. We're willing to give them a couple dollars so they can hand out this reward and they can help be a witness. Everybody wants to be a witness now, huh? Everybody's witnessing all of the Most High's judgments now, huh? Everybody's, I'm a witness now. Oh, I've been touched by it. I'm one of the chosen, like these brothers over here, all the tribe of Judah. Oh, I'm what's up, my brother? What's up, my brother? What's up, my brother? I know about Judas. I know about the judicial system, so I know a little bit about Judas. I know a little bit. I've got some trinkets too.
To find them.
To find 56-year-old Stephen Sumner.
He looked like a woodpecker. He was like a meerkat. He looked like a little chipmunk in Alvin.
A former Madison County councilman and former pastor in Anderson.
There you go.
Accused of child sex crimes. He's been on the run since 2023. That's when he didn't show up for a court hearing on 18 charges, including...
Wait, is this is Anderson, Indiana? Is this? That looks like Anderson, Indiana, y'all. My mama used to live. I used to live out here with her. It's when my mama had stage 4 bone cancer. This is, I don't know what channel this is. Let me see. Yes, yes. I've been in this building with my mama. I knew I wasn't tripping.
Rape and sex.
This was matter of fact. This is the same building. Wow, it's the same building that the racist scum lord took my mama to court because we complained to them about the water and how his little goonies ripped up the water and we didn't have water for 3 days. And he tried to extra charge my mama for having to come out and fix that. And my mama was like, no, hell no, I'm not paying it. And I looked at the dude, I said, oh, hell no, you're not paying it either. This dude was in charge of he had a pawn shop. And we went in there and I cussed this dude smooth out when he came outside because he came like charging after us, I guess, in some form of, but I just left. But he took my mama to court. And the judge made me apologize to him because he said that, oh, her son came in here and, I came in there with paperwork. And he went to the judge and that judge, the judge looked at my mama was sitting there sickly with her cane and the what is that, the handicap chair. Rolled my mama in there sick, man. And I was pissed the whole time. And that judge was like, if you don't apologize to him, then I'm going to rule in his favor type of, that's what that was. It was the good old boy syndrome in that moment. And I knew that I got to get you out of here. And she still was like, don't trip, baby. They gonna do what they do. This is what they do. And I was just like so pissed at this dude. He wanted to sue my mama and kick her out for what he was doing. He called her a nigger to her face, and that's why I got hostile. And so that same building, to see this going on right now, y'all, you're seeing so many people get the same treatment that they put us through and allow this to happen to them. All is being uncovered. 18 charges, number 9 right there.
Sexual misconduct with a child. But days after announcing a reward, tips are rolling into U.S. Marshals.
Anytime you put that kind of money out there, reward, it does generate a lot of tips and interest in the case.
I want him brought home. I want him tried in front of the people. And I want people to understand elected officials are not, they're not untouchable.
The cash incentive came
Well said, Miss Star Glasses.
from Callahan, an ordinary citizen. And yes, that's rare.
Very rare. In my 30 years with my previous agency, the Marshal Service, I hadn't seen an individual put up that kind of money.
And I said, it's very real. And from there, that's when Sheriff Beeman took it to the U.S. Marshals and said, we need to move on this.
Callahan has no direct connection to Sumner's case, but she says he's been hiding far too long, wants justice for his alleged victims.
My biggest fear is I have children. What if, for some reason, he's out there doing this to somebody else?
Police say putting up money will get someone to talk.
Well, yeah, that's a big motivating factor for a lot of people out there.
And could end the cat and mouse game Sumner's been playing for years. In Anderson, Jenny Runovich, 13.
And this is just because they're giving an incentive for that particular crime does not mean that they're not going to give in. They're not just, people are more than willing to just volunteer information regardless of how, if you're giving away that type of cash, people are incentivized to put extra sauce on top. People love putting extra whipped cream on things. And so to see that this is happening, man, I remember this street, literally. All of this whole little city, I would have loved for us as a nation to buy this place up. It has industrialism, manufacturing, the downtown. It's decent, you know what I'm saying? But it's these places like this that are falling empty. They're falling short because people like that are getting locked up. So I have lived in these places. I've lived in all of these small towns. I've driven through these small towns. I've worked in these small towns. And there is a notable emptiness everywhere. This is Anderson, Indiana, y'all. I used to live out there, so but that's what's going on right now.
Madison County man is locked up this afternoon. Police say he had child porn on his devices. Madison County Sheriff's deputies arrested Aaron Van Horn this morning. He's charged with 7 counts of possession of child pornography. Deputies say they seized several items from Van Horn's home for further analysis. He's being held on a $70,000 bond.
Like, they're not getting away with this no more. And you're not getting away with none of this. And this is so and this has all happened just in the span of one state. It's bad in Indiana, y'all. All that incest and all that, sleeping with your cousin type of shit and all that. Yeah. These regions are very heavy for that.
9 bars, and it's all stemming from a disturbing situation as that man faces more than a dozen charges for sex crimes involving an underage teenage girl. Fox 59's Jesse Wells spoke with prosecutors about the allegations, which we want to warn you are graphic and disturbing.
The suspect made his initial court hearing here in Hamilton County today. According to court records, the alleged molestation dates back to at least December 2023, but only came to light months later, leading to the criminal charges being filed this week. Working together to renovate a home along this street in Noblesville, a now 13-year-old girl insists she was repeatedly sexually abused by 42-year-old Simeon Gordon Jr.
I know that our office and our partners in law enforcement, this one was investigated by the Hamilton County Sheriff's Department, that we're going to take this very seriously and we're going to make sure that justice is served.
Prosecutors allege the suspect also showed the young girl porn on his computer and supplied her with drugs and alcohol. Court records claim the victim told investigators the suspect expressed remorse and threatened slitting his wrists in the bathroom because he did stuff he wasn't supposed to do. He then promised the repeated sexual misconduct would not happen again and told the victim not to tell anyone what happened because they could both get in big trouble. Still, prosecutors in Hamilton County urge all victims of sexual abuse to speak up like this young girl did.
We definitely always want to encourage victims to come forward.
One of the biggest problems that we have in this county is that we don't have a sane nurse.
Attorney Mario Masalamani isn't connected to the case, but points out despite Hamilton County being one of the largest and fastest growing counties in the state, no hospitals in Hamilton County staff sane nurses capable of doing forensic rape kits, forcing sexual assault victims to go to Madison or Marion counties if they want DNA evidence collected.
That's something that Hamilton County needs to fix. With that evidence, that bolsters the victim's testimony. And it's shocking and a tragedy that Hamilton County doesn't have the capabilities of helping law enforcement protect victims.
According to the affidavit in this case, the suspect repeatedly denied any inappropriate sexual contact with the juvenile victim. Finally, prosecutors claim the suspect is a habitual offender, which would enhance his punishment if he's convicted. In the meantime, he's being held on a $200,000 bond.
12 charges. All praise to the Most High that these things are being, we got to keep it going.
It's a case we have followed from the beginning as we found multiple failures, from DCS failing to intervene to police delays in filing charges for sexual abuse. It was a popular YouTube series, Fantastic Adventures, that made Michelle Hobson more than $100,000 in cash.
In the case of Logan Hackney.
But now one of her sons for sexual abuse of a child and attempted sexual contact with a minor, and will have to register as a sex offender.
Victim B has some statements to make to the court.
The two victims only referred to as A and B in court. A judge telling us that our cameras were not allowed to record them speaking. But one of the victims telling the judge she was not a foster child, but the biological sibling. She said she will have to deal with what happened to her a lot longer than his sentence.
Oh, wow.
I've spoken with victim B a couple times. throughout the course of this case.
I know.
And she was very
Touchy
upset.
subject
It
for me
has
too.
hurt her, but she was strong and willing and wanting to come in here and speak to the court.
We have covered extensively the alleged House of Horrors, where the kids told investigators they were starved for days, even locked in closets. Logan's defense attorney telling the court he was also a victim of abuse inside their former home.
The kids were physically beaten for failure to remember the lines when making YouTube videos for the mother, forced to sleep on the floor. Pepper spray was found in the home.
Logan Hackney and his brother Ryan were both charged with child sex crimes. Ryan also took a plea deal but hasn't been sentenced yet. Logan speaking Wednesday to his victim, saying he takes full accountability.
I've sincerely and wholeheartedly apologized to my victims and the rest of my family for the hurt I've caused.
You may be wondering,
Do you forgive him? And when he says that, do you forgive the devil when the devil's next door? Now, I know this is a touchy subject because I'm a victim as well. And so I bring this up as never to be this is never fun for me to sit here. And matter of fact, let me just remove this right now because I need to be able to see the audience. I don't poke fun at things like this. I know that because of the person that I am, I have been gifted, and this is my mission. I'll say that. And I thank the Most High that He's given me the strength to be able to assemble my brothers and sisters to be able to deal with this pain that we have walked with for a very long time. And I know that to be able to have the strength and the courage to rise up, to be able to look at your perpetrator in the eyes and be like, yeah, you did this to me, and you try to damage me, you try to take my shining, you try to take my joy, my spirit, you try to damage me and destroy me, but I'm here to say that you didn't. And all praise be to the Most High Yahweh. All praise. To be able to be at peace, knowing that my spirit is much more calm, knowing that you will suffer, not by the hands of me, because I will not conduct myself against the word of God by disrespecting the commandments, by disrespecting the word, because that is the easiest thing, pride. We're too proud to let somebody hurt us like that, you know, and to be able to stand up and fight against and to speak on these things, however uncomfortable they are. I find no kicks in addressing these particular parts, brothers and sisters. But I know that I am starting to open up a lot more. I had the confidence and the strength to be able to have the strength for others that are out there to be able to put a little bit of gas in your tank to help you get through, because you might wake up from nightmares. I used to wake up from night terrors because of all of this happening. I used to think that somebody was breaking into the house, just the smallest little noise that I hear. And I would be sleep deprived going to school. My grandma never knew until I actually told her, until I told my mother, until I told my uncle, until I told my brothers and sisters, until I told my girlfriends, until I told my friends, until I told the man who actually violated me. When I looked him, he said, hey, you did this to me. To be able to take your power back, to be able to get your strength back. That's what I'm helping my brothers and sisters to go with, going into this blessing. These are the last bits of leftovers. This is the last bit of chitlins that's on the plate right now that we have to find a way to unpack this baggage, because too much baggage won't let you fly first class, brothers and sisters. It's not. And I know that once you release and you're at peace, you're able to move forward in your life and to be able to embrace it and not let that define you. Then know that justice will be served, not by the hands of you, not by the hands of man's courts and laws and judicial systems, even though it's a great compliments to the chef for executing on your law and order in America. Because this is not an acceptable thing by no means from throughout history, and it's been all of a sudden perversely accepted and marketed as if it's sexy and it's okay. And so the fact that within the last 5 years, and me just even starting right now, but I'm just giving you what I've been able to see because I've been around the country. I've read the newspapers in these local places. I've heard the stories from people in these local neighborhoods, and I'm seeing people who are disgusted with their own community. And I can't be mad because I'm disgusted with my own community, that my own community took on some of these atrocities, you know. And Malcolm X said it, who taught you to hate yourself? You know. And so when I think about that, you know, to see, and everybody's different. Everybody's trauma is different. But I want you to not partake in embodying somebody else's trauma. Just process and digest yours to be able to extract it out of your spirit, out of your soul, out of your mind, out of your words, to where you can be able to look at it like I'm looking at it now, and knowing that you have overcome and that you have done all the necessary work to shed the skin of the cocoon to become the beautiful butterfly that you are, and that you know that you are, and that the rest of everybody else around here knows that you are. You are loved and you have support. And that's what I fought with every time I moved around a lot as a kid. So I didn't have the chance to develop good friendships with people. It's people I knew here and there, throughout all the schools and stuff like that. And some of those people still reach out to me or whatever like that. But to this day, many of those people that I grew up with, nobody ever knew that I was struggling with this. Many of the people in you guys' life may not have known until you actually came out and told them. And it was such a relief for you. I'm so happy for you to actually get that strength back, to be able to confront it head on and not let go, not hold back, have no hesitation. Hesitation prevents elevation. So I'm asking all my brothers and sisters out there, do not hesitate. This is your moment to elevate and evolve. This is your time. This is your moment to elevate and evolve past this particular part in life. To be able to look at the vermin and the perpetrators in their eyes and not be moved and dismayed. And so to be able to completely operate in that energy right now, to not be moved and dismayed. Of course, my heart goes out to all of anybody who's been a victim out there. My heart goes out to my damn self, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people didn't know. And the moment I started coming out, that's when everybody started like leaving me alone or letting me go. And that, me being a no guy, that was a feeling I wasn't used to, is people like dissing me or not really like, oh, something's wrong with you, Yeah, something was always wrong with me. You just didn't know. You were just busy enjoying the opportunistic moment. So when I see things like this is to give people who are victims the power back. That's what it's going to take. That's what it's going to take, is that you have to get your power back. And don't fight it. Don't be scared. Don't be scared when people leave you alone. Don't be scared. Like my sister, one of them, I told her and she didn't want me around her kids because that had happened to me. And I broke my heart because I love. That's just that's just who I am. Because somebody tried to rip the love away from me to make me hate everything in life. And I almost did. I teetered on the edge so many times of hate. And so I make no light tune about any of this. And I'm not speaking as if I'm, triggered or anything like that. I'm just speaking as a much more spiritually, emotionally, and mentally mature man that most people may not have known or seen. And I think just me being on the YouTube now, me doing it now, I'm finally doing this now, y'all. I fought myself a lot just trying to do this, to speak up and allow other people to have that same. Because I don't know, because I did not speak up, if other kids were affected, and that bothers me. I hate that feeling. And I sit here and I war with myself and I try to forgive myself of, did I do it selfishly to protect my own family? But in the meantime, I didn't say anything and allowed others. And I understand that that was a cycle in my own family. Because when I talked to one of my cousins, I went on a spree, open up to my family members, and one of my cousins, he had mentioned to me like, "Damn, he knew that that was happening, and he didn't speak up." And I felt bad because I felt like him in that moment, like, "Damn, I didn't speak up either, and I could have probably prevented him from possibly doing it again to maybe somebody else after me. Who knows? I don't know." But I know that I'm speaking up now, and I know that I'm trying to help people have the courage to speak up now. That's what I'm hoping, that my presence here is giving people the energy to not be no punk. Don't be scared, confront it. And even if the person just says that, fuck you, I meant to do that, or anything like that, or you deserved it, forgive them. Even if they do apologize, even if they do remorseful and, get on hands and knees and asking for forgiveness, the person who did it, that violated me, didn't have no forgiveness, no remorse. So I want people to understand that this is life and it is what it is. And we were given these particular moments in life for us to be strong, and know that vengeance is the Lord. And that's why I'm showcasing this, because I was able to let go and allow vengeance to be the Lord. I was able to speak up to the people that were at least close and connected, and they know. And this is his family member, his siblings. So for family and friends to know that that had occurred, it was appreciative that I actually had support after that. So I had a mixed bag. Sometimes you're going to get a mixed bag. You're not going to always get people who identify with that. You're not going to always be able to talk to people who can actually identify with these things. And a person who cannot identify, all you can do is just be there to just listen. Just be there to listen to the person if they are going through that. Be able to just sit there and listen. Don't give your fucking opinion about nothing you don't have no experience about. I don't know what it's like to be pregnant. All I can do is sit there and listen and understand that, hey, I'm not no woman. I don't know what it's like to have a period. I don't know what it's like to be pregnant. Hey, just get it all off, vent, do what you got to, just as much as I may have to do that. But if we do need shoulders to cry on and lean on, that's what it takes. That's what it takes. We need each other to keep this going on so we can keep building each other, because sometimes people don't know how to break out of that. And it becomes cyclical to where it may trigger. And so when I saw that, it's like, sister, triggers are literally pointed at all of us. And so to be able to be at a point now, to be able to pull back those smoking barrels from your own head, pull those smoking barrels back from your own head. Do not destroy yourself. That mental real estate, I had to get that out. And I filled it up with music. And that music it speaks high volumes. I was able to create 13 albums of my own music that highlighted that whole journey through the music that was able to speak through my soul. So I tell people to just find your outlet to be able to help you cope with the things, because we all have gone through stuff, but find a positive reinforcing outlet that will help you deal with it the best way you can. I don't care what it is, if it's knitting quilts, if it's going to work every day, if it's making music, whatever it is, find a way to be at peace. Find your peace. Find your peace. Get away from the things that trigger you like that. And if you, that's like being an Alcoholics Anonymous, like being able to be at a bar, know that I ain't got to drink, I ain't got to partake. Even if I'm sitting here and I'm looking at these things, I'm like, yeah, I ain't got to drink. I ain't got to get emotionally triggered by it. I don't have to partake in that with my own personal experiences, because I have gone through enough of the shadow work and the journeys to be able to kind of mold it into my own form, to be able to say that, hey, this is who you are, not what was. And I know that the time that we're living in now can cloud that, but I want you to know that you are seeing the perpetrators go to jail. You're seeing the victims get more strength. You're seeing people getting more boisterous with their voice, like I am. And I needed this. And it feels good to be able to be at peace, to be able to quiet that noise out. I hope this does help somebody out there. I really hope it does. I really hope somebody who has ever been in this type of situation, whether young or an elder, that you find your peace within that trauma. And if you need help and you need a brother to talk to, I'm here. Because I know what it took for me to get to where I'm at now. And it took guts. It took guts. It took strength. It took fortitude. It took being stoic to be heroic. It took taking off that mask and taking off that poker face and being able to be expressive and vulnerable, no matter how much it may look embarrassing to people, because everybody wants to point fingers. And we deal with that growing up, and the kids, even the kids who go to school and stuff like that. Even to where we're adults now. We have to forgive ourselves for feeling so much pain about this. We have to allow ourselves to let go. We have to have ourselves to be able to speak about these things. So even with I brought that up is because the victims were in the courtroom to speak to him. That's what I want us to be able to learn, to be able to speak to the situation, not around it, not under it, to speak right through the soul of it, right through the soul of it. You got to go through the process in order to progress. And you have to have that faith, that mustard seed. That's what's kept me here right now, is the faith. I don't care about nothing else but faith. My faith has literally guided me through every step of the way. And I don't want nobody to have their faith shaken and wavered. So forgive yourself and know that these things are not being swept away or not being noticed, or people not acknowledging them. And even the people who are not having the empathy or the compassion about it, because it may not have happened to them personally, but people got kids. And that's why I even bring up, even in one of my songs, I say that, what if this happened to your child? How would you go about it? If this really happened to your own child, your own flesh and blood, somebody, whether it's a stranger or a family member, what if it happened to your own child? But what if you didn't know about it? And that was what I had to learn with these questions and riddles on my own journeys in life. I've been on 21 years of journeys. And those journeys have allowed me to sit there and try to answer those questions as best as I possibly can. And it gave me a little bit more peace and solace of knowing that the way that I operated with my own family and my friends is like, could I conduct myself again like that with my own? So I can see why I haven't had my own yet, because the Most High, it was testing me. Because he's like, if you're able to deal with what I've given you, I will bless you with multitude, and you're going to be all right, my son. You're going to be all right. You are all right right now. My sisters out there, you are all right. And you're going to be all right. We all going to be all right. And so I just wanted to send some of that love y'all way, man. That kind of went another direction, but I needed that direction to it needed to be that way, because when I do these, I want them to be to where it's not all fun and jokes. It's not all like we're gonna learn something. We're gonna learn something about ourselves, and we're gonna learn something about each other. You know, um, and I think it's important that how we see ourselves with others. We may see ourselves through others, even others' experiences, and like, damn, I see myself in that. Damn, I identify. Damn, that triggered me. Oh, how would I act? Oh man, ooh, 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 ooh. So we have to be able to have a better compartmentalization and discernment about what others may be going through and applying it to our own lives in that way as well. So I want, just like I heard in that segment where those those people spoke up, that's what we have to do. We have to speak up. So I just wanted to speak on that. So whew, it get deep right now. Yeah, but I love it though. I love it though, because I point these out because they are happening on a consistent basis, to where this is American crime, and it's not just American crime. This is spiritual crime, because we talk about it all the time where you're trying to mess with somebody shining, and here you're getting your shining back. However many jazz hands you need, you're getting it back tenfold. So we're gonna be all right. So on to the next.
And also caught on camera, this is near Dallas. Homeowners face an unwelcome guest, feral hogs. The invasive animals have been wreaking havoc in yards and tearing up landscapes in Irving. This is right near the suburb of Valley Ranch. Eric Mendez, who says that he woke up several times to torn up sod on his lawn. This is just really just headache, so he set up a camera to see exactly what's going on. Well, he says he was really surprised to see nearly a dozen feral hogs digging up his yard.
My first thought was like, well, I could go shoot them, but like, yeah, I'm in the neighborhood. I can't just go out there and just start blasting.
Well, Mendez has been using a slingshot to scare the pigs away. So far, he says it's been the best non-lethal deterrent. The city says it's hired a wildlife contractor to help handle the problem.
Now, these are everywhere, y'all. These things are everywhere. Now, I want y'all to understand that this is everywhere, that all of the animals are coming back. They are definitely coming back, and they're coming back with a vengeance.
The USDA releasing a new report showing unsanitary conditions at Boar's Head meat plants across the country. That includes the facility in Petersburg, Virginia. Now, here's some of what they said they've witnessed inside of the plants. Listen to this: mold, insects, meat residue on the walls, and unidentified slime. Also, a puddle with blood and trash. The USDA saying these issues date back 6 years.
Ugh, I don't know about y'all. I've never eaten boar's head. And what if the boar's head is really the boar's head, like the feral pigs, and you just eating these nasty ass pigs that are out here in the wild like that? I don't know. I just have not. I have not gone into that. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with these folks. All of these companies is going through it. Ugh.
New tonight, a Polk City woman has entered a not guilty plea to charges related to a deadly crash that killed her son last July. According to court records, Abby Amundsen was under the influence of meth when she caused a crash that killed 10-year-old Maxwell. Authorities say she crossed the
10 years old, 10 to the max.
center line on Northwest Fisher Lane and
It's like, Howard, you got meth. You got a nice car. You got a family, kids, house. Why are you on meth? I don't get it.
hit another vehicle head on. She was charged with homicide by vehicle operating under the influence. Investigators say they found drugs and paraphernalia in her purse during a search warrant. Amundsen is scheduled to be back in court February 20th.
She's never going to be the same again, because she has to remember that. That's the fact of the trauma that they're going to have to face all day, every day. All day, every day. Every single one of them. The replay loop for these folks is very strong. It's very real. So it's not, you're not getting off of the hook. You know what I'm saying? Like you used to be able to get off of the hook for these things, but it's not happening no more. It don't matter if you are if you're the sibling or the daughter or son of anybody. People think that they can just sit there and, my dad is this, my mom is that. No, you can't throw that stuff around no more. And people are really dealing with stuff.
What have you learned?
Not a damn thing.
Biggest thing I've learned is to not blindly trust people, even family.
Like father, like daughter. Casey Knoll now behind bars like her father, convicted ex-Clark County Sheriff Jamie Knoll for stealing more than $100,000 from New Chapel EMS. Welcome to Wave News at 6. I'm John Bowl.
And I'm Myra Ansari.
That's how you know they ain't got no damn money. Why are you stealing? Like, even if you, like, some of them be stealing because they bored.
Casey pleaded guilty to all 9 felony charges against her. She's the
9 charges?
second person to go to jail following the sweeping public corruption investigation into her father that started a year and a half ago.
Wave News troubleshooter Mark Stevens says the state secured the maximum penalty against Casey.
A 5-year prison sentence, but in exchange for admitting guilt, Casey will only serve 9 months behind bars before serving the rest of her sentence on probation.
Ooh, 9 is popping up.
She's the second person sent to jail of the 5 people charged in this case. A tender moment between mother and daughter. One last hug before Casey Knoll is let out in handcuffs and her mother Misty breaks down sobbing. Jamie Knoll.
Yep, a whole lot of our mamas felt just like that to see your baby go off for the last time. Yep.
28-year-old daughter who once worked for the nonprofit
9 and 10s is just on fire today.
He pled guilty to raiding millions from, is now a convicted felon like her dad, admitting to stealing the $100,000 she charged on New Chapel's credit card and hiding it from her taxes.
And again, was that in the form of American Express charges? Yes.
We weighed a lot of factors in trying to reach this resolution. Her age, her lack of criminal history, her involvement in these matters with her father and her mother. We feel that this was a good resolution to the case, and she's accountable for what she did.
Special Prosecutor Rick Hurdle calls this deal another win for taxpayers, his second victory over the 5 people charged. Special Judge Larry Medlock had a harsh question for Casey.
How did you develop this sense of entitlement?
Wow.
I followed the wrong examples, and I'm sorry.
Casey, I believe you're a victim of your father and perhaps a victim of your mother. The lifestyle that they chose to live.
See, that envy right there. That envy guilt that came off of his tongue. You know what I'm saying? Like, you must be, punished because you thought that your roses didn't stink. It's just interesting how they're doing each other now.
You're a young person.
Knoll's attorney says they had a good case to take to trial and is pleased with the deal they reached.
You can reach a reasonable agreement that results in your client being able to return to normal life and, to not completely disrupt her life for many years. I think that's a good outcome for her.
But her life is disrupted. She stole money. Who gonna hire her? She can't work at Victoria's Secret. She can't work in no bank. She can't even work at McDonald's. What's she gonna be out there being a plumber now? What's she gonna do? She can't TikTok no more. TikTok about to get banned. You can't do what you gonna do, lady?
TikTok ban, many social media users are switching to the Chinese social media app Red Note. It comes just days before a TikTok ban could take effect in the U.S.
Red Note was listed as Apple's #1 downloaded free iPhone app on Tuesday. One Oklahoma woman has been using TikTok since 2020. She says that she is now on Red Note after hearing from others about how welcoming the app is.
It's kind of been a culture shock
but also in the best way possible. It is the welcoming that we've received as TikTok refugees has been something I wish America would be more like, welcoming people in that are different than us.
A source tells Reuters that Red Note has seen a surge of 700,000 new users. And
I can't even read that. Oh, y'all going over to you about to get hacked and scammed and all that. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna just stay. I'm gonna stay with my old fashioned face to face. I'm gonna keep it with the old fashioned face to face because everybody just be jumping ship so fast for so many different things right now. It's just really like, yeah, people will follow. The fire's over here. Like it's just interesting. Like people will jump on anything to, I guess just jumping. Man, yeah, it is what it is.
For a 12-vehicle pileup yesterday near South Bend. The St. Joseph County Police Department posted these pictures on social media. Just crazy. This pileup happened southwest of South.
I'm just saying, y'all, that's why I'm not out working. Because no matter how safe I be, that's a cop car. That's a cop car, y'all. Who gonna help the cop? Not many black folks finna help no cop out. Help!
Bend. Now, no serious injuries reported. Now, this was during that afternoon snowfall. Obviously, it was a little worse up to the south, or excuse me, up to the north in northern Indiana. Police, in fact, say they responded to more than 30 crashes in that area during that time frame, and they say most of them were weather related.
I'm just saying, y'all, like, let's go
30
back to that.
crashes.
30 crashes, and like that's snow. That snow is not, I don't care how much you try to plow it. It's coming down and it's causing this stuff. No matter how much you try to scrape this stuff, it's getting scraped up. Even on the other side of the freeway. You have nobody out here to do the job. And you're still going out here to do this. You're still making a way to try to get to work. Ain't no chains on none of one of these cars. You can't prevent another person from not sliding right into you. That's very hard. Even if you speed up, the moment that you speed up, you causing yourself to drift. And if you don't know how to control yourself in the snow like I do, then yeah, but I'm not going to be out there trying to be worried about controlling myself in the snow. And I'm exhausted from I just got off of work in the morning. And I got to be in traffic with the rest of these bums. No. Sit your ass still sometimes. When God is telling you, He told me to be still. I'm being still. I'm waiting when the time comes. Yeah, because that's how most of these companies will get you. Oh, this person had 3 accidents on their record, and yeah. There's plenty of people that have gotten accidents working my job. It shows on one of the apps how safe everybody's been. I don't ever remember seeing that count go past single digits. Now, maybe the workplace, but not the driving. Not the driving. When it gets this weather, oh hell no, I'm not touching it because I did drive in it, and then I had partners who drove like Evel Knievel, and I'm trying to get some sleep. And the moment they skid out, I'm waking up, and it brings me back to those triggers of me as a kid being woken up, being stabbed in my damn left thigh. Just that alone, I don't want to have a heart attack from that. You know what I'm saying? No matter how much of a great driver somebody may be. These are the things we got to worry about. Yes, sir.
New this morning, police have arrested 8 people after a drug bust at apartments on Webb Court last week in Ware. The 8 people on your screen right now are facing charges for drug trafficking. Police say they went into.
She is 19 years old. She's 19 years old, y'all. No, I'm just playing. She ain't 19 years old. I don't know how old she is, but I'm just saying the amount of you're taking out all of the youth. All of the youth got criminal records. These are not people that are going to be viable citizens in society or in the workforce. You're just not. It's unfortunate that the letter of the law is going to be creating these type of setups for people now. And because everybody think that you're trying to commit extra just to get some extra. You're trying to get extra to get some Christmas presents? Come on, dog. That's why you got to be ye separate, saith the Lord, touch not the unclean thing, because it start getting you doing other diabolical things. Those trinkets of Judas get to shining and being shimmery and stuff like that. Come on, dog. It's not that deep. You got what you need. Why are you not happy with what the Most High is giving you? But now we're addressing how addictive fentanyl is. Like, people were able to get off of crack. I've met a lot of crackheads. I've met meth heads. I know about meth. I've seen it. So yes, this is not the sight that America wants to see of their new generations. And as much as the old people be like, "Oh, the young generation is you messed it up yourself, sir." Joe Biden, 9th place ribbon winner, the greatest loser of all time. This ain't nothing new. Everybody just like passing the buck.
To the apartment looking for illegal guns following an arrest warrant for 28-year-old Romero Robinson, who was charged with armed assault. But when they got there, they found cocaine, money, and packaging material. Police arrested and charged 8 people. 3 have been held without the right to.
Without the right to nothing. None of these folks got rights no more. None of these, nobody. You giving them up and you messing yourself up for a longer time now.
Officers involved in the shooting arrest of a suspect over the weekend have been named. They are Officer William Stoll, Officer Matthew Faust, and Officer Kyle Cosgrove. All 3 were hired prior to
Officer Cosgrove looked like a pigeon.
July 2020. The officers were called to Cypress Street on Sunday for
Matthew Faust looked like the creature from Aliens Prometheus.
reports of a shooting. They found a woman there who had been shot. She later died at the hospital. Officers identified Joshua Miller as the suspect. Miller had left the scene before returning a couple of hours later. Officers approached him, and according to reports, that's when Miller began shooting at them. All 3 officers chased after Miller, and he was later shot by police.
Yes, the struggle is real. But when you break it, oh, how free you are. Great glory. Great glory to anybody who may have been confined and trapped by these substances that have been put in our communities. Great glory to everybody who has released those spirits out of your system. Great glory, great glory, great glory. Speaking for myself and all the brothers and sisters around the world who have come a long way and have persevered. And you're winning. You're winning. You're winning. You are winning now. And hold on to that. Hold on to that, because you're going to be all right.
Fire has injured 16 people, including 2 kids in critical condition right now. Good to have you with us. I'm Adam Cooperstein. The flames here jolted people out of bed just after 6 this morning on Bay 19th Street in Bath Beach. And that is where News 4's Rana Navini is live for us. And also, Rana, interestingly, a critical mistake may have actually helped those flames spread, too.
Yeah, that's right, Adam. The good news here is that the fire is now under control, but there is a lot of damage left behind. You can see here the building right behind me. A lot of damage, especially to the second and third floors. 16 people were injured total, 3 critical injuries, including 1 adult and 2 young children, we're told. This fire started on the second floor, spread to the third floor with heavy smoke conditions. Take a look at the video here from what it looked like earlier. This is at 65 Bay 19th Street. It's a 7-story apartment building. The fire started in a second-floor apartment, and the big issue here, that critical mistake that firefighters say happened, is that the people in that apartment where the fire started left the apartment door open, so that allowed the flames to...
That's a lot of firefighters. That is a lot of firefighters. This is going to be the greatest year of fighting right now. Boy, 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 they are on fire right now. And this building is completely, it's totaled. The building is totaled out. The building is totaled out. And you got people who are homeless who are going to be squatting in these places. You can board them up all you want, but people are going to be in these places. You're going to see rats. You're going to see roaches. You're going to see everything in these buildings again. You're going to see everybody come on. These buildings going to get sold. But there's building after building after building in New York, in all of those regions. And that whole East Coast region, the buildings are built just like this. Old buildings that never got renovated, never got updated, never got any type of maintenance done on them. And so, yes, you're putting 50 space heaters in your house just to keep it warm because the landlord don't want to fix nothing. Don't want to fix nothing? That AC unit has been there for 30 years. Filter ain't never got changed. Pigeon boo-boo all on it. Sparking and catching fire. But this is the year where many of the civil jobs that are out there, many of the governmental jobs are going to get exhausted. You're going to see people get exhausted out of their positions. They're not going to be able to handle the strain of the jobs now. The strains of these jobs are really going to be that harsh. And that's what you're seeing right now. No, I didn't mean to open it up like that. Every position is going to showcase this year how exhausted these folks are going to be. Like really bad.
Spread out of the apartment into the hallways, and the smoke causing a big issue there, traveling up the staircases and onto floors above. It was difficult for firefighters, they say, to even find where the fire exactly started. They had to fight the fire from the outside of the building initially, and that's when they found 3 people critically injured on the floor above where the fire started, in the hallway, trying to escape there, but the heavy smoke conditions did not allow them to do so. Take a listen to what the firefighter said earlier.
If you leave the fire door open, that causes all sorts of problems, and not for the people who are directly the apartment is directly involved, but it's for their neighbors that were found upstairs. They were the victims that we had to transport to the hospital.
So again here,
y'all wanted all the smoke, and now everybody's getting that smoke now. They're going to have to actually work now, literally. Just as much as they're actually working right now. And then you have so many people who are working in their field of saying like stupidness, saying like, okay, on my phone right now, like I just said, a bunch of people be passing away. The moonshiner star Kennedy Law dies at 68 years old. Like people are passing away with certain like extremes with things like you're a moonshiner, like that liquor is harsh. That's 100 proof alcohol. Fentanyl, that's harsh. You know what I'm saying? Like people are going in the harshest of ways, you know, trying to grandstand for companies that really don't believe in them, really don't love them, but they didn't help them because they needed those numbers. They were going to have a majority white folks and they would have black folks. But now that you're seeing companies that are all black now that you're seeing companies that are all Indian, they just went off on the dude Vivek Ramaswamy about this. And I just brought this up in one of the stories in the beginning of the year about the CEO that booted the founder out and he brought in all his own people. I'm not going to get mad at him doing that because I don't want y'all to get mad when I hire all my brothers and sisters and we living good. Everybody walking to work looking fashionably stylish and everybody got a lot of money in their pocket. Everybody eating and everybody good. Everybody, they like, they look happy at work. Why we couldn't be happy at work? That's what we're going to be showing to y'all. How happy we are to love what we do, to be able to help our people because we can't sit here and rely on nobody else to help our people. That was the problem. Assimilation. Assimilation was the poison in our community. Cozying up and spooning with people who we trying to marry people who trying to divorce us.
LA wildfires are naturally raising new concerns about whether home insurance rates will go up across the country. News 4's Linda Baquero shows us what you can do to protect your home.
With wildfires raging nearly 3,000 miles away, will homeowners here see any change in their insurance premiums?
I'll be honest with you, I have not even thought about the effect.
I think afterwards I may start to worry about that.
No, but it's an idea. They might.
Amy Bach grew up in Brooklyn and is now executive director of a nonprofit consumer resource group called United Policyholders. She believes it's inevitable that home insurance premiums across the country will go up.
Every catastrophe of a magnitude like this one is a game changer, and it drives prices up. Katrina did it. Hurricane Andrew did it in Florida in 1992.
What's uncertain is how much policies will change.
The trend is less coverage for more money.
On the United Policyholders website, there are tips to cut coverage while maintaining protection. And of course, you can compare insurance quotes, shop for a policy with a higher deductible.
Be a savvy consumer. Don't file small claims that you can pay out of pocket. They're going to go on your record.
United Policyholders suggests making a video of your home. Go room by room, even opening drawers. This way, if you do have to file a claim, you have an accurate assessment of what you've lost.
The thing is, it's like, I love listening to them, but I don't be listening to none of the shit that y'all be saying, because it's just like y'all created these systems of conning people and scamming and scheming on us for such a long time that we are past all your bullshit, that you have created such an organized crime syndicate of an insurance industrial complex that have convinced and coerced people. Oh, I'm not going to be worried about it. I'm not going to be thinking about it. I may need to think about it now. People who have been well off, they didn't have to worry about nothing. They've had all of their bills on auto pay. They can go and enjoy the fruits of their labor, or whatever the case may be, until all of their fruits of the labor get burnt up. Just like you see in the Palisades. So the fact that that's happening, where is thy help going to come from? Because like I said, this is a loop. This is a dangerous loop that they're in now. That you're going to get caught in this dangerous loop that, yes, you have the ability to get online and get on TV and get your 15 minutes of fame. And yes, I am helping these people out with $1 million. Yeah, you got that same $1 million for all other 50 states, because something else is going to happen in all these other locations too. So with Jamie Lee Curtis, well, I had to revisit with my tax accountant and all that stuff, and it just was not feasible for me to just sit there and keep giving $1 million to all of this stuff burning up right now, because I don't know who started it. No, you started it, Jamie Lee Curtis. Keep that same energy. Let's see how low can you go? Can you go down low, all the way to the floor, or the window down? But yeah,
Come over here and see not only all the fire people, but you folks. If you come, we know it's serious.
And it was serious. People in Southwest Portland woke up to a devastating scene after 2 homes went up in flames overnight.
It happened in the Multnomah Village area. Fox 12's Mackenzie Richmond has the latest from the scene.
Thankfully, everyone inside the building was able to safely escape, though unfortunately their homes were completely charred. Portland Fire responded to the duplex fire here in the Multnomah Village neighborhood along Southwest Canby Street near 40th Avenue just before 3 this morning. When they arrived on the scene, they immediately upgraded it to a 2-alarm fire because the fire was spreading from the first unit to the second unit in the duplex. Take a look at these photos we got from Portland Fire and Rescue. This is what it looked like when the crews arrived on the scene. You can see the back of the duplex there completely engulfed in flames. Crews say one woman was in the duplex when it went up in flames overnight. Thankfully, she was able to safely exit the building with her dog and without injuries. But unfortunately, her home was completely engulfed. In fact, hours after crews put out the fire, smoke was still billowing from the collapsed roof. And she's not the only one who lost her home. We spoke with the owner of the second unit, the one crews suspect the fire started in. Brian Denson doesn't currently live in the unit, but he got a call at 3:30 this morning letting him know his entire property was on fire.
Well, you know, the automatic one, disbelief, and then
He's in disbelief. What Big Levi said? He's what is it? These people have madness in them now, or something like that. Like it's a thin veil of madness that is creeping out of this man's pores right now. He just lost his investment. You do not want to mess with these people's investments. They love their assets. They don't like to have a liability. When one property after another and after another and after another is getting burnt down, these people are more than willing to just give up their investments. They're become liabilities now. Just like some of them are looking at their wife and their kids as a liability, and a damn dog. So yeah, it's not a fun time for these folks right now.
and, you know, stunned and shocked. I mean, I lived here with my son for a while, and we had some terrific times. It's a beautiful community, and I'm really sad that this happened.
Denson says while it's devastating, he's thankful there were no injuries, and the two people he was renting the unit to were out of town when the fire started. Right now, the cause of the fire is still under investigation.
Still under investigation. You don't even know how it started. It's like a thief in the night. The Most High is, he is pickpocketing all of y'all. All of y'all getting pickpocketed. This is the real thief. That ain't no thief. He just taking what y'all stole and giving it back to the rightful children of Israel. So that's all he's doing right now. He just showing out, letting y'all know, hey, you can't be doing what you thought you was doing before. You can't be doing what you thought you was doing before. I'm about to set fire to all of y'all. And I don't discriminate.
For over 20 years, the La Placita Market has been a staple in Kearns, on the corner by 5400 South and 4500 West.
You could always come and get your carne asada, your salsa, beans and rice, typical Latino groceries, you know, for everybody that was looking for a quick soda, snack. Even the high schoolers would come down for lunch.
But now it's all gone.
It is very sad. We did spend a lot of summer vacations, me and my brothers. My family has played a big part in this store, so it feels like we've lost someone.
Around 3:45 a.m. Wednesday morning, crews responded to a fire at a strip mall in Kearns. 3 businesses went up in flames, including the market.
Kearns area is so small, we don't have that many business to keep losing it like that. And the market, it is preferably for the Hispanic people. It is a really big loss.
Osvaldo's parents own the market. All morning, family members have been coming by to see what was happening and to assess the damage.
It's not only just affecting us, it's affecting the community. A lot of people did depend on coming here to food. Not everybody has enough money to run to a Walmart that's 6 to 10 miles down the road when you just have the market right here on the corner.
Carmen Ramirez is on the Kearns Community Council and says that watching this loss in their neighborhood is heartbreaking.
They have been working so hard to have it all stable, and now in a blink of eye, everything is lost.
They don't know what's next, but hope to continue serving their community.
I would love to see another store on the corner again and have the same people come back, and just know that there could be potentially a rebuild, and we would love to see everybody come back again.
Yeah, we're rebuilding. We're gonna build back better. I would love to see it get built back better. It's not going to get built back better, ladies and gentlemen. It's not being built back better. Why? Because the Most High is removing you from a land that does not belong to you, and no of a surety He is returning it back to the rightful children of Israel. And you will be serving unto all praise to the Most High. Great glory. He's removing these so He can allow our brothers and sisters to be able to establish and open up their own businesses. Because why? How is it that somebody who's not even from this country have an established business in any of our communities? How did they even get the permits? How did you even get a chance to even get the building and open it up and get through it and now and get all this and get all that? But whether it's individually like me or collectively as a unit, you guys have did everything in your power to stifle us from having our own grocery stores, having our own shopping malls and plazas. That's about to all stop. Like I said, while I sit here and work on different business plans, and different business ideas and things that I'm working on my own that I want to definitely share when the time comes. I do need help because I need help. I need help, y'all. But I'm just saying that these folks are being removed to showcase that the opportunity to build for them is null and void, and the opportunity for us to build is wide open. And this is showcasing that how many of these people may have gotten their business establishments have been gotten in a very malevolent and mischievous way. Very mischievous. It's like, how did you get a building? And if I go and try to get a, why is it so difficult? Why did I? You know what? I'm not even gonna pursue it. You know what? I'm gonna stop. You know what? I'm gonna give up. You know what? I ain't even gonna open my business no more. You know what? I'm gonna just go back to trapping. And that's the disparaging loop that we were in Jacob's Trouble. I remember going to these buildings, and that's why I can appreciate somebody like Nipsey Hussle, because he showed the game plan to a lot of brothers and sisters. That's why they cried. I cried when he passed, just because I was there. I witnessed it. I seen the growth and the potential when we actually work together. It's beautiful when we work together. We are beautiful. We are powerful. We are magnetic. We are electrifying. We are the pulse of the earth that everybody is feeding and been festering off of. But we are taking that energy back and keeping it. And keeping it. We're not breaking our necks to go and patronize any of these other businesses that have never, not once, say, hey, let me help you out. Let me help y'all out. Everybody looked out for their own. And rightfully so. Go ahead. Because when we start, I don't want to hear nobody complaining about, well, all those black people is doing all of this and doing all of that. And I don't want to hear none of that.
More than $100,000 in cable and equipment stolen, and the home of an 88-year-old woman broken into and looted. All these crimes connected to one man. This is Wave News at 6. I'm John Bull.
And I'm Myra Sorry. LMPD says that this December crime spree landed 47-year-old Jason McGill behind bars. Wave News reporter Alina Noakes takes a closer look, hearing from those directly impacted.
Jason McGill is accused of hitting up so many spots in the 3rd Division that we can't even get to all of them for this story. But Big O Tires was one of them, so we'll start here.
One of the few establishments on Cane Run that's never been broken into.
That is, until this. Police say that's 47-year-old Jason McGill using a stolen Honda CR-V as a battering ram to break into the business. $4 grand in damage that could have been a lot worse.
So there's a lot of equipment in there that could have been taken. Computers are 10 grand just in some of those diagnostic computers. There's a couple of them sitting around. My car was sitting in there with the keys in it.
Big O Tires was the first burglary of 3 auto shops in a matter of days.
See, the sense of security for them has been shook. The fact that these crimes are happening by their own people in their own community, it has them shook. They used to be able to just have their keys in the car and just go off and not have to trip about nothing. But now that you have to worry about these things, and it's people that look like you, they don't want to have to speak about this shit, beloveds. It is embarrassing. It is time consuming. It is so painstakingly mentally exhausting for them right now that it is happening every time, everywhere, everything that they're involved in participating in. They can't go on no vacation and enjoy themselves. They can't go to work without something. I promise you, this is what is happening right now. Completely being removed, completely being touched, completely.
What's the extent of the damage on those places?
We're talking
probably, I would say, $100,000 at least. And there were some places he actually tried to steal vehicles, took them down the road, and vehicles that were there that were there to be worked on.
And the thing is that their lifelines was these insurance policies. The insurance companies have put such an emphasis on saying that, hey, we are reassuring you that we will be able to take care of you if you pay these premiums, and we'll be able to cash you out at a maximum. That's what they convinced these people of. And they're literally being shown that, damn, we got duped. That they don't, that's the one breaking point in them right now. That fragility it's exposed now.
That's what happened at Kaiser Tire Pros.
That's the one that was burglarized.
As you can see, that car didn't make it too far, but enough damage was done when the same stolen Honda CR-V slammed into their garage doors.
Now, we had full glass doors, so a lot of glass and all that was broken in that, and he was able to either go through the areas where the glass was broken, or he may have came through the side.
That's when McGill is accused of taking a lot of equipment back out with him. Much of it the business has not gotten back. But most disturbing to all involved is what police believe McGill did here on Fairdale Road, robbing an 88-year-old woman under threat of violence.
He kicked in the front door of the residence while she was inside.
Police say McGill was inside for 8 minutes, taking with him rare jewelry. LMPD has since been able to return that jewelry to the homeowner, but not her peace of mind.
She was just hurt by the fact that somebody would come into her home like that, and she was, even saying that if they would have just asked for money, I would have given it to them.
Neighbor Mike Miller gave video to police that helped connect McGill to the crime.
It was a whole video of him pulling in and then pulling out. We got to know what he was driving, which direction he came from, which direction he went away.
Miller says the disturbing home invasion has left the close-knit neighborhood in fear, and Miller wishing he could have done more.
I wish I could have caught him. I wish he'd have came over here instead. I really do.
So I could shoot the shit out of him. He's like, oh, I wanted to use my new 45 Colt. I needed that. I am top flight security of this community, Craig. I am top flight security. Ain't nobody get past me. I promise he should have came here to me. He should have came here to me. I would have showed him a blessing. I would have gave him a blessing. I would have gave him a blessing and a question. I would have gave him a blessing and a question. But the fact that elderly woman, she shook because it wasn't no big black gorilla looking man. That's the difference, the stark thing that is happening right now. Brothers is not messing with these folks no more, even when it comes to crimes like that. Like, it's still doing the Moabite thing, but it's not cracking off like it used to be like that. It used to be like that very badly. It used to be like that. Still used to be like that. I take the music off. They be trying to get me on this music, y'all. They be trying to get me, Big Levi. They be trying to get everybody on these little snippets of the music. I'm telling you. But off of the chopping block. People think that your wealth is going to get you into the pearly gates. It's not going to get you there. Your mommies can't save you. Your daddy can't save you. You think that you can go and do all of these things and be all TikTok famous and do things for likes and stuff like that. I did one thing for likes, y'all. I did one thing for some damn likes on TikTok. And it went viral. The video went viral. And I almost broke my damn nose trying to do it. You see what I'm saying? Over some, just I'm a goofball. I'm comedy. That's just me. But when I saw it and I thought about it, and it's like the type of content that I was willing to try to put in after that, I watched people. That video went it got over 500,000 views. It got definitely over 500,000 views. Me jumping in that damn snow. Everybody, that video did go viral. That video went viral fast. I did not expect that to happen. But I'm just saying that changed the trajectory. Like, oh, I almost was susceptible to that. That's why I'm saying that the trinkets of Judas can get us all. That one little moment woke me up. And yes, I was grateful for all the love that I got, but I still felt bad about it because it's like I almost became infected by that same social media clout bug because whether I wasn't seeing the success I want, the numbers, or anything like that, it's like I'm losing or I'm struggling because it's not in the name of the Most High. I'm giving glory to myself. Like you look stupid right now, Prime. Like who are you? You know, I have to question myself about all that. But when people are doing things for the gram, for the clout, you know, driving crazy and jumping off of stuff and going inside of Walmarts and spraying all of the damn food with insect, you know, ant roach spray, driving around in nice cars and driving 150 miles an hour, you know, trying to impress. Like, no, you just can't get away with what you think you can do. This man took out 6 people. I don't know if he was driving drunk. It don't say, but son of an attorney. He's the son of an attorney. The most prominent of people, they're getting shattered. Do you think they got to go to work? That people looking at them like, oh, you know, his son over there killed, you know, 6 people, and you know, we don't know if he did this and did that, and you know, Kyle, we just have to let you go. Just sorry. Why you letting me go? Well, you're just connected to your son, and your son is just making a bad name on the business. And so, yeah, we're just going to have to let you go. This stuff is happening, y'all. This stuff is happening. It's not no it's not no getting away with nothing no more. Even for folks like this.
Hour, we have heard and seen from Bishop T.D. Jakes after that still undefined health incident that was seen all around the world during his Sunday sermon.
Did not feel this good.
Here we are.
Grateful.
So this video was posted on X and to Instagram less than an hour ago. Jake said he did not have a stroke, but said the event could have been fatal if it weren't for God's intervention. He did give thanks to God and the medical staff and says his job is now to recuperate. For the last 25 years, Bishop Jakes has been a fixture, elevating from Dallas pastor to national faith figure. We do not know yet when he'll make a return to the pulpit. We want to get to some break.
What God? What God you talking about? I don't know. I don't know what God he's talking about. I don't know what God you're talking about. I'll be getting some of these weird these weird ones on my Twitch and my Kick. I'll be having to kick them out. Oh yeah. Team Jesus is getting that work. Even the people that I know, my peoples. I'm like, y'all can keep going out there and keep trying to grandstand if you want to. Over here trying to, your broke ass over here trying to help some rich folks who don't give a damn about you. All you're doing is laying down a comfortable pillow for their narcissism and their apathy within the community like that. No, God put in my heart that I need to go and help these people. And that's where your help is not coming from, sir. Your help comes from the Lord Almighty, the Most High Yahweh. No, it's my white Jesus. I love my white sugar. All right. Keep drinking that nasty ass coffee if you want to. Keep drinking that nasty ass coffee if you want to. Yes. And even for me, I've been there. I got on there and I was a tenor too. Singing and clanging and clanging. It come to find out, it's just like, I'm not getting help for what I need to get help with right now. It's like my help is, I'm like, help me, Most High. My help is not coming through. Why am I going through men to try to get to you? Like, why is this person acting like they're the gateway to you? Like, am I confused? I'm confusing myself, Lord. Like, what's going on? Like, and all I'm listening to is these sermons, and it's all about money. And this was all about during the time that George Bush signed over that Freedom of Religion Act, and all the pastors was loaded with money. I saw pastors with Bentleys all of a sudden out of nowhere, y'all. I saw pastors with big old RVs. Dude had all the suits on, grandstanding. I gave that, man. Yes. Why I gotta sow $1,000 seed for my salvation? I sold $20. I sold $20, and that was better salvation for me than sowing it to you. I sold it to a mother who was cold on the street, who had 2 of her sons. I didn't realize that I didn't bring no more money on me, because I would have helped her out. And I was a sister. It's like, damn, I hate seeing that, because I remember those days. Things like that I can't walk past. You know what I'm saying? I can't walk past seeing a mother outside with her 2 sons like that. But this is what's going on, where we have to go out and grandstand, and people that were positions of prominence like that are getting that judgment now. It's really coming down to that. It's really coming down to that right now. All of these political powers, all of these religious leaders. Hold up, I got one for y'all. Even with this, all of these religious leaders right here. Look, one of the world's greatest religious spectacles is underway, and the numbers are staggering. You see how many people are asking for prayer and blessings and grace and stuff like that. Now, this isn't, I'm going to play the video, actually, and then I'll read it. Just go ahead and go through it before we get started, because very interesting stuff going on. This is the year of many.
Online dating? I know people meet that way, but where would I even begin?
Come on now with your commercial. Online dating. Yeah, we'll talk about some dating on another topic. We'll talk about dating on another time. Oh, y'all don't want to give me the video? Hold up, son. You about to give me this? You about to give me this video? You see how they don't want me to talk about things? Yes, India. They don't want me to talk about India. Vivek Ramaswamy is watching me, y'all. He on my ex. He watching me on my head top. No Diddy. Why you take my video away? Hold on, I'll just go to another one. I'll wait till it pop up. That's because I switched over. That's the only reason why I messed up right now. Let me just go ahead and figure that out. Yeah, Vivek Ramaswamy is on my head top now, y'all. He is, he don't want me to talk about no India. I got a lot of India friends too. They'll love what I say anyways, because they know I've been about the truth anyways. So they appreciate it. Still, at the end of the day, we got to be real with it. Can't be hiding. Can't be hiding and sliding. Vivek is on my head top. He is on my head top. Oh, Vivek Ramaswamy, he is always on my head top. He would not let me go. He always watching. Oh, that man. You know, he always called me brother. Everywhere I go, he called me brother. He said, we are brothers. I'm like, oh, you know my mama? Oh, you know my mama. Yeah, I gotta bring this up, because this is real. But this is the year of religious. This is the year of religious, like putting all your poker chips on the table. Everybody around the world that is of all these other nations They feel like this is their year of jubilee, of blessing, of grace, of mercy, of everything. It's and this reminds me, this all of this that I'm seeing right now. That's why I love watching movies, because every time I watch movies, I get so many beautiful things that tie into each other. But this scene right here reminds me of Apocalypto. Reminds me of Apocalypto when they was walking. I keep forgetting his name. I'm gonna have to watch the movie over again because it's one of my favorite movies of all time. It's in my top 10. It's one of it. Is it in my top 10? Damn, I gotta reconfigure my top 10 because I got a lot of top 10s. But I just love movies. Oh, this is scandalous. All right, let me just read the damn article. Anyways, y'all just being scandalous right now. Anyway, so what's happening is that it what's happening is that you're seeing, I could just pretty much self-explanatory that you're seeing all of everywhere around the world is showcasing themselves and posturing up, just like on Apocalypto, where it's like people were in Apocalypto worshiping and praising the sacrificing of their own. I love the movie. It was directed by Mel Gibson. And it's like they were witnessing their atrocities, the birth rate decline and stuff like that. And it's like for it to be fully embraced, it's like, okay, it's like the Most High is getting them all to think that they're enjoying some form of blessing, and then something happens. You see what I'm saying? It's like you got over here, you got the Mormons, you got the evangelical churches. Now you got all these churches trying to grandstand right now with all of the, they're trying to posse up on disasters now. You're seeing the Joel Osteen's trying to come out and stuff like that. Everybody trying to grandstand. You're seeing the Indian. I couldn't even show it right now, but you're seeing that. You're seeing Ramadan come around the corner. You're seeing Rosh Hashanah. You're seeing the Vatican, the year of the Jubilee. Look at this. It's Italy. This supposed to be the year of Jubilee. You're supposed to see a major uptick in childbirth, right? It's not happening in Italy. Hundreds of Italian towns and villages had no new babies in 2023 amid an exodus of young people and an aging population. Wow. That's just real. I just wanted to leave that there because it ain't gonna let me read the rest of the article. But yes, I just wanted to, that was just, when I find articles, they bring this to me, and I have to bring it to my peoples, because sometimes my people who are not in the truth all the way, I have to show them, y'all, you're not all the way in the truth. You're still 83. Until you do the work to get out of the 83, you're still 83, unfortunately. But that's why you're at least here, because you're at least waking up to the truth. You're at least still here listening. That's what that is. But for all of you that are 83, that are family and friends who didn't believe nothing that was being shown and being said, whether it's from me or being seen, like now you have a platform that is going to be able to express and expose all of this stuff. So you can actually, oh, that's what he was talking about. Yeah, that's what I've been talking about. That's what all the brothers and sisters been talking about. We over here been flaming all of this stuff. We've been flaming the world, showcasing that this is no longer Jacob's trouble. I've gone across the country and talked to my brothers and my sisters, and there are many that are in the truth, but they don't. And I've tried to lead them to my channels, Big Judah channels, or Big Levi's. I mentioned Big Levi majority of the time where I was going, and people that were actually like, the day the extra Marxist spots was going on, I met a brother. I actually need to reach out to him, but he was in, where was I at? Oh, damn. I was in Tennessee. I want to say either Nashville or Knoxville. I forgot which one it was. Murfreesboro. I want to say one of those. But anyways, I met him, and he was in the truth too. He just didn't know about Big Levi yet. And I was like, check this channel out. And I'm like, yes, brother. And I don't know if he is in it or not. He's been watching the videos or not, but I have mentioned people about what's going on, and they've come back to me and like, yo, bro, my life has changed just from you helping me with my spiritual background check, or telling me, letting me know what day of the year I was born on. Like, I would help a brother out just like that, Just a little, one of them little, shopping mall, spicy orange chicken, samples. Ah, free chicken. Oh, get your free chicken. But I would help my brothers and sisters out like that. That's our work. That's our ministry. That's what we're supposed to be out here doing. We're all in the trenches. Whether you're in LA, whether you're in New York, whether you're in Vegas, whether you're in Miami, whether you're in Houston, Chicago, Dallas, does not matter. We have to do the work that the Most High has gifted us with the missions to walk through and follow through. Seeing all of these things happening, this is nothing but pure evidence for the Most High to showcase to us to be like, hey, why does these cookies smell different? That's what we have to pay attention to. So that's what I'm showcasing is that, yeah, Gen Z, these new, when you got people leaving, who's going to fill those jobs? So yeah, you got many who are turning to these H-1B visas now. Because you got many people in America who are not fucking smart and who are not well equipped. And then when you got the white population dwindling down drastically right now, man, I need to ask. I don't know if they're going to give me the exact answer, but I will answer. I will ask anyways. What is the current? Oh, damn, I spelled it wrong. White. Yeah, in America today. As of today, most recent data from the U.S. the Census Bureau, which is from 2020, the white population in the United States was approximately 204.3 million people, making it about 61.6% of the total population. Keep in mind that these figures can change over time due to factors like births, deaths, and migration. For the most up-to-date statistics, you might want to check the latest reports from the U.S. Census Bureau or other reliable demographic sources. They would not want to tell us these things. Why? Because then that's like that's like playing a game of chess. That's like telling a person, hey, I'm going to move this pawn right there. It's like, don't make no sense. Like, why you gonna sit there and tell somebody like no? So they know they're insecure about that. What's going on right now? It's a challenging cause. It's moving. It's moving. It's moving amid ongoing discussions about all of these work permits. These programs are allowing these people to come into the country right now. And the quiet is kept. And like, I just got to put it up there because it's a whole article, but I ain't gonna read it. But yeah, HB visas and Visa Row. The U.S. companies turning to remote hiring to bypass visa challenges and costs. There is, and I promise y'all, I have booked. That's why I love myself, because I did all the work before I even got to this point. So I used to sit and just Google research everything. I have thousands of bookmarks of different websites, resources, information, secret shit that I found. You know what I'm saying? The things that would be beneficial to the nation. I didn't know that I was going to run across you guys as a nation and across as a people. I thought I was going to be getting my family and friends, my brothers and sisters and everybody, but everybody left me alone. They just left me hanging. They weren't as ambitious as I was. I'm like, damn, I can't even. I guess I got to do the work. And I felt like Chicken Little. So I'm like, damn, I didn't acquire and accrued all of these different, resources that would help our people. You know what I'm saying? Things that would. Dude, I promise you, beloveds, if I showed you, no, I'm going to have to show you now. I'm going to have to show you now that I've sat here and actually done major amounts of work, putting together bookmark lists. I ain't even organized it all the way out. But yeah, I'm going to show you in a minute. Let me get through all of this and I'll show you. So, but yeah, I've been in the dark web since I was 13 years old. When my grandma had that computer, that little rinky-dink computer in the back, she didn't know nothing I was doing while she was sitting there watching Price is Right. I'm over here finding out the price was right. I had $25,000 as a damn 13-year-old, and then I blew it like a dummy. So yeah, I had money, and it used to come in my hands and it used to go. And I was a stupid little kid. I just, you just get the trinkets of Judas. So I had to learn my lessons that, the Most High took it away from me because I was not responsible with His blessings. So I understand that stuff. So, but yeah, I used to watch the dark web, the deep web. There's two different ones. So you got the regular web that we're all on, then you got the dark web, and then you got the deep web. The dark web is stuff that you can find that they won't have on YouTube, Rumble. Rumble is another platform that we can be able to utilize as well. That has like those, what is the conspiracy stuff, whatever like that. I actually sent you, Sister Renana, an email with a bunch of different videos, just videos that I was watching while I was on the road. But the deep web is the stuff that is where you got that Squid Game stuff going on. You have that real stuff, and so there's three different layers to all of this. And so the thing is, what we're running into now is the Web 3.0. We're running into blockchain technology, which provides a digital ledger for things to be much more tracked, for the AI to be able to read and learn and register in its proper context. So that's why you're having a bunch of blockchain technology coming out in smart contracts, which is, I love it because it is going to change things. I should be able to leave. I shouldn't have to go through an appraiser and an accountant, a notary, and all these things when I have a smart contract stating that I, Prime Black, leave 25 acres to my son and daughter when they turn 18, as long as they get straight A's. If they get straight A's and they graduate, they get all of this. If they don't, then it gets pushed back into another year until they actually graduate college. They graduate college, boom, the next part of that smart contract releases their money into their account. That's how that works. That's why people have not really understand the avenues of Bitcoin and what blockchain technology will be very appropriate to helping, because it does eliminate a lot of the backlog, because that's a problem in our whole system is the SWIFT system. The SWIFT system has been around for decades now, and it has caused so much monetary fiat currency build up and pile up. It costs a lot of mass and energy to move money around. That's why they have Brinks trucks. That's why you have people that guard that money. But the problem is we don't have any system that talks to each other. We don't have any of these industries that actually truly communicate with each other. So you don't have a very interoperable system. That's what we don't have. You don't have, say with the medical system, none of the hospitals should ever have a problem getting records. The court system, you should not have a problem getting court records. Any of these systems should, that's what we're having. That's what we're dealing with, is trying to clear up and unclog the remittance payment system. Because that's why it should not take you 7 to 10 business days to get your check. It shouldn't take you 15 minutes to get your Western Union or your MoneyGram. So that's why it's trying to shore it all up, that you should be able to send trillions of dollars cross-border, meaning cross into other countries. So if I had $1 trillion and I wanted to send it to a sister over in Vegas, I should be able to send it cross-border, interoperable, no problem, hands down. And it just gets zipped over there in less than 2 seconds. That's why you have the Ripple system that is trying to come in and overtake that. That's why you have the XRP that is skyrocketing right now. I don't know what the price is right now. I think it was over $3. When I purchased it at 25 cents. When I purchased it at 30 cents. When I bought my Grayscale stock, I bought it at $7.77. That's what you have to do. It's not about time in the market, it's about time in the market. But even with these systems that are in place, I'm just bringing that up just to showcase that we are stepping into the development of a whole new system while the old systems die off and the infrastructures fall apart. All of the quantum computing, all of the fiber optics cables that are trying to run across the whole world and stuff like that. You're going to need smart people to do these things. You're going to need capable people to do these things. And some of the most capable people has always been brothers and sisters. Always been brothers and sisters. Yes, there are supercomputers everywhere. It's literally supercomputers. They all bounce off of each other. There's not one centralized supercomputer system. They all talk to each other. That's why it's called an internet web, because all of them are connected just like they're all connected just like fungi. Fungi is a mycelium. That mycelium is connected to every root. It sends that information between the roots of the trees, and the plants and the animals are able to feed off of this as well. That's why you have this energy. That's why you have the ley lines. That's why you have this interconnectedness, that the circle of life is able to understand and identify itself with, you know. So yes, but it's definitely a whole lot. That's a whole different conversation that I could have with you guys. But yeah, it is. That's why I want to have my own little Patreon classes as well, because I want to be able to teach our brothers and sisters about blockchain technology, about coding, about Python, about export business. My channel would be about like that type of education, business and stuff like that. Little tricks and trades that we would want to know. So that's where I would want to be helping our people learn how to invest into certain things, like, you know, taking your money out. And yeah, there's so many different things, but it's like we still got to be mindful. These are their systems. We have to allow their systems to fall apart so we can learn what not to do. That's what the Most High is presenting to us right now, what not to do. What all of these people did and what we're not supposed to be doing. Yes, that's what I would do. I would definitely do that. I've been invested. I've been invested since 2017. That's when the market crashed. That's when my mother passed. I was paying attention to it up until, and I was nickel and diming into it up until 2019 or 2020, really. And then once I got back to work, I watched the market. I watched the market during that whole downtime, and I was able to be like, oh, so this is when the market, and it all is cyclical. Every 4 years, Bitcoin goes through a halving. So just like how it's scarce in LA with the property and people is charging $40,000 per month for rent, that's what Bitcoin is. It's a scarce class of it's a scarce asset class. Just like it's supply and demand. There was 21. Let me take this off so you can actually see me. So there's 21 million Bitcoin ever, period, right now. There's 21 million Bitcoin. Now let's think about the numbers, y'all. 19,000 minus 21. It's about 2 million. 19 million of that Bitcoin is already damn near gone right now, y'all. That is gone. Now you got 2 million left. Now out of that 2 million, 0.5 of that is going to be gone forever. And it can go up and it can get down a little bit, but that's Bitcoin that is gone forever. Why? Because of the scarcity. Why? Because people lose their wallet keys all the time. There's a guy, I remember a story, I had to pull it up, but this guy, he lost millions of dollars. He has millions of dollars of Bitcoin right now. And there's a 12-word phrase, because it's so encrypted, because they're trying to eliminate the corruption. That's what Bitcoin is there to prevent, because you're looking at everything else has corruption. Everything that's in the fiat system, everything that's in the fiat cash system is completely corrupt. You have to look at it. Every single one of these countries' currencies deals with the corruption because they're able to print that. That's where, if they stopped printing it'll be a problem. But I'm saying with this, okay, 0.5 of that is gone. You'll never be able to get it. I'm a part of that group. I have some Bitcoin that I'll never be able to get. I just had to, and I'm probably sitting on $1 million with it too. There is the other 1.5 million that the rest of the world is fighting for. Where you have the big whales, you have the big whales, like the Sailor. You got all of these other big prominent people that are trying to buy it up. So when they say the retail market is us, regular people. So when the whales got into the market, they exponentially blew the market up. I remember when Bitcoin was at $3,300. And I was just breaking up out of a relationship. And the money that I was going to use to invest into that, wind up spending it on cocaine. Not me, but I'm just saying that that's how that relationship ended. But I'm just saying that investing into it every 4 years, Bitcoin goes through a halving. So it shaves off some of that 1.5 that's left. The people who are at the computers mining it and stuff like that, like, yeah, I could be doing it. And there's ways to actually make some money doing this right now. There's another system now. Let me finish what I'm saying before I even reach to that. Because there's ways to make some money right now. And while I'm talking about it, I should have been making some damn money with that damn thing while I was on the road. I should have been doing it. But Bitcoin goes through a halving. That halving just happened last year. During X marks the spot, that's when that halving happened every 4 years. That one happened in April. I want to say April 20th, something like that. That's when the price exponentially goes up. Now, I was able to come with these numbers from the conclusion of how much does Bitcoin X every time that the halving goes through. Or let's pay attention when the market hits its high and then it comes down crashing. And where was that high in comparison to the high that is to come? So I've been able to measure those highs and I've been able to measure those lows. I've been able to look at the dates of each one of these. So when the market hit in 2017 at $20,000 and the market went, when was that? COVID happened, but it went up to 70,000. It hit 70. Bitcoin to me X'd out 3 to 4 times. Now, every 4 years that happened. So what popped in my mind is that, oh, this is able to X almost 4 times this money. Now it got suppressed to that 70,000 because of the Biden shit. That whole COVID thing, it dipped. That's what let me know in the trajectory of the market, like, oh, this is the time to get in. You know what I'm saying? So when I got in every 4 times, so when that happened, I seen Bitcoin go 4 times from that lower money to that 20,000. And then from that 20,000 to that 70,000. Now it went to that 70,000. My prediction of Bitcoin going right now is at 280,000 this time right now. Every 4 times, 4 times 7. 4 times 70, 4 times 7, 280,000. It's just at the precipice right now. It took a long time to get to 100, but you got to think about geopolitical and all of the events that are taking place. That's why I was studying everything, because I was paying attention to everything of why this was going on. So I was really studying it. Right now, I kind of backed up off of the last 4 years because I've been getting back into the truth. But because I already have learned so much about it, that I was like, yep, I can actually sit back and let my stuff ride for a minute. And so I made some great investments that I'm just like, I don't want to touch them. But, you can't be married to any of these investments. They're an investment. They're a tool. They're a tool to get you to the next level. So yes, it is very so much so. And everything is volatile right now. And so knowing what they are about or what they are implementing in comparison to investing into shit coins, just because somebody tell you that, oh, Sparkle coin is going to sparkle in your wallet. No. The ones that have stand the test of time throughout each one of these down markets, those are the ones that I pay attention to, because I pay attention to things that are of utility. And the fact that it is decentralized, that it's not owned by any one centralized bank. That's the problem, that the banks are fighting with it. That's why there was such a fight with Gary the Lizard Gensler, who was a professor at MIT, who became the SEC commissioner, Securities and Exchange Commission. He became that. So he became, to me, let me know he's corrupt, because he wasn't speaking like that before all of that. And that let me know that he took the trinkets of Judas and they gave him a bag to be the suppressor of it, so other people can get in and try to get in at that time. So he was cock blocking the whole time to keep the prices going up, because he knew that, say like XRP was going through litigation. because XRP, the Ripple company, is the new system of technology that was going to beat out the fiat SWIFT system. That's what all of the banks operate on, and none of them talk to each other. Every one of them are secret. Every court system is secret. Every hospital is secret. All of these different companies, because they look at it as a corporate entity that, like, it's a capitalistic turtle shell that all of them have to get. It's created this fidgety energy. But now when you see the decentralization of that monetary asset, Bitcoin is the digital land. You think about real estate. Bitcoin is the digital land. Bitcoin is the digital land. Ethereum is the building on that land. So Bitcoin is literally the land, and it's the form of the financial transactions. Ethereum is Web 3.0. Ethereum is walking into Willy Wonka chocolate factory and being able to do whatever you want and monetize everything you want to do. That's literally walking into a shopping mall. They are the building that's the Web 3.0 that you're going to be walking yourself into. That's getting operated like that, to where you'll be able to monetize. Say you're an elderly person and you want to sit here and monetize your words of wisdom to a younger generation on the metaverse. See what I'm saying? And your words of wisdom being able to be heard from people over in Finland. That's what it's turning into with that aspect, where you're able to monetize everything. Because look at Spotify, look at YouTube. They don't give us our money, our numbers, unless you do some wild out crazy stuff. So yeah, even if I had one viewer, I still should be getting paid $1 per one viewer, if that was the case. But they don't want to allow that. XRP, Ripple, Bitcoin is the building. Bitcoin is the land. Ethereum is the building that sits on that and houses everything else. Everything else is going to have to go inside of that building now. And XRP is the plumbing and electricity inside of that. I was just looking at my hands. My hands got that little U. I got the whole world in my hands. I got the whole world in my hands. I just looked at it. But XRP is the building, the plumbing that's inside of that building. And that's what's going to create the functionality of these. So those three alone are ones that we pay attention to. Dogecoin is Department of Government Efficiency. That is the name that got coin behind it, besides with the Dogecoin dog or whatever like that. They want to utilize Dogecoin as a form of public currency to showcase that your words or your vote or anything like that matters, that your input will be able to do. It's still being formulated as a form of governmental currency. I don't know the direction that they're trying to take it. I bought some just for shits and giggles. It ain't something that I'm banking my life off of. No, that's not what that is. They do have a formality. In the beginning, Dogecoin wasn't like that until it actually got some structuralization behind it. That's why I'm saying that most of these coins may actually, or these businesses may have just started off of ground just by having a white paper. And then they've been able to get the investments. They've been able to get the investment rounds and get people to actually formulate money to put into them to invest in. So because they will be attributing to the society, say like Chainlink. Chainlink is almost like the new Google. That's what Chainlink is. Let's say Perpetual. Perpetual is it's the gateway to investors that are on Wall Street to bring over their derivatives and their bonds to be able to be tied in with smart contracts. That's what the formality behind all of these things will be, is that we're trying to get these things at the smart contract to where they're not on loose papers, to where nobody's in the office and paying attention to it, and this stuff gets dragged around and stuff like that. Same thing with like the IRS. It shouldn't take you that long to get your IRS check. So that's what we're running into, is now that the speeding up of the system, like I said, 1.5 million is being fought for That's what's left right now. It's not the accurate amount, but I'm just saying that's what from my last looking. 1.5 million is being fought for by 8 billion people. 8 billion people in hundreds of countries. Because what you got El Salvador, they just put some of their treasury money into Bitcoin. You have certain people who are football players who said, no, pay me in Bitcoin. And some of these people made money exponentially off of that. So yeah, when it comes to the ability to be able to just know these things because the internet is very much a part of all of our lives now at this point. The internet is very much a part of our lives, but you're seeing all of these companies that have gone out of their way to monetize off of us because the internet has become the greatest tool for whoever's puppeteering these businesses to remove mass and energy. The amount of mass that it takes and the amount of energy that it takes. That if we didn't have the internet to be able to communicate with each other, look how much energy it would have taken for you to drive across the country over to Dallas just to go see somebody when you can just FaceTime them now. Or you can be live streaming and be able to eliminate all of that now. So that's what we're going into now with technology aspect wise. Do we need to be in control of our own internet capability and capacities now? Yes. Because you're starting to see the downside trends of all of these companies who are losing many of the people due to American crime. People get greedy. People lose all of people. You're seeing people who have and we can't sit here and be so quick and adamant to attack this when we haven't addressed and attacked that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not Bitcoin that has been robbing us. Let's talk about the hospitals and the insurance companies. Yes, we could be sitting here pointing out that if that's the case, but Bitcoin hasn't stolen from anybody. If that's the case, you have people. Money makes you more the person that you already was. Sam Bankman-Fried did what he did, and he crashed the market. He took out some of these people. So when it comes back to now, I can say that investing in the currency, investing in the stocks that I'd have, that it helped my life. I made 40 grand. I made 40 grand and I helped my family out. Some of them didn't even say thank you. I helped the sister get a car. I helped the brother with, whatever it is, and assisted with that and all that. Yeah. Damn near didn't even spend any on myself. I learned that lesson now. But for me, I was able to utilize it for utility, not for no get rich quick. That's not where my intentions are. Even with doing this, like everything has to be with purpose. If I see something that makes sense and is very, it's a productive tool, and that's what my mentality was in the beginning. I needed to learn more, and when I did, I was able to be a little bit more at ease and at peace and understand, like, okay, well, this actually will help brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? If they actually learn about this, we can't be too scared about, we got to get out of that. And even if we don't use it, you still got to know. I don't invest in every single one of them things. No. But I know about them. I know people who invested their whole life savings into Bitcoin, Dogecoin, even other dumbass investments. Mother used to say, don't get yourself involved in deals you don't understand, whether it's a relationship, real estate, or an investment. Don't get yourself involved in deals you don't understand. So yes, if you don't understand it, you're going to ignore it and anything like that. So that's why I want to be able to have my own Patreon to be able to kind of create that. And I wanted to call it the Prime Black Pass, PASS, problems analysts, something, and solutions and secrets. So I was something like that. I'm just working out the word, but Prime Black Pass. You literally get in the passport to a lot of little ins and outs and secrets that I've found, all of the different bookmarks and information that I have that will help our people out. Whether you want to use it or not, just chew the meat, spit out the bones. It's been things that I've been using. It's things that I've been able to sit there and make money off of and capitalize off of. I stopped doing them because maybe I got removed and wound up going on the road working or something like that. But knowing that, wow, I can make something out of this. And it's not diabolical, dubious, devious. I'm not hurting nobody. I'm not taking away from nobody. There's a system out there for the helium network. The helium network is no different from an Uber driver, y'all. The helium network is literally having internet modem, just like that I got behind me, an internet modem in your house, and you are literally a Uber hotspot for other people to transfer their data or their pictures, photos, whatever like that. But you become an Uber hotspot, no different than somebody using their car to be an Uber driver. You'll get this device, you put it in the house. There's different ones. You got the little small one, you got the little Wi-Fi one that'll pick up and give you some kind of decent money. Then you got the one that connects on your roof. That's the antenna. That antenna will get you some bread. I've seen people making $3,000 doing this right now, y'all. Why am I not doing it? Story of my life. But I'm saying that you can get on your roof. Hopefully you don't fall from the shingles, but you can get, it's money to be made. People gamble all the time. They have crypto horse racing right now. I happen to say I've seen so much, y'all. I have so many different bookmarks. That's just one of the topics we're just talking about right now. But I'm just saying, like, I have found some stuff. Even we were just talking about right now with the H-1B visas. We have the ability. There's a virtual assistant. You can go get you a Filipino virtual assistant for $9 a month, $9 a week. I mean, you can get somebody from India, $30, $40, $50, $60 a week to do the same work that somebody out here would do. I promise you. Come up. I found things that was a come up and that would be sufficient and help. Some things I don't know. Like I said, I've hoarded and accumulated all these things. A lot of it I've gone through. A lot of it I haven't. Some I've used and a lot of it I haven't. But that's where I want to, as I'm sitting now, to be able to create a valid presentation and curriculum of things that I've been able to cipher through and be like, okay, either I personally used it myself or I'm still using it or doing it or anything like that. And I'm like, yo, brother, hey, you need to make some money? Do Uber driving, do this, or you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, there's ways of like, oh man, I want to do it. Well, go on my Patreon and watch the import, export videos. Watch the videos on how to go into the sheriff auctions, all of the probate court auctions. There's a lot of people that are no more right now. And there's property everywhere that is for sale, going through these auctions, and people cannot afford them. All of the stuff, even that we were looking at as a nation, that stuff's still out there. People ain't really that those deals had to get removed back. So all these people try to exponentially try to get a bag out of us. I promise you, these people are trying to get a bag out of us because they know that the money is where we're at. Wow. SpaceX Starship spacecraft destroyed and rocket launch booster successfully returns. That's interesting. These people trying to blast off to the blast right into the firmament. Blast right into the firmament. But I just wanted to bring that up because I know that it's a touchy subject on a lot of things. But I know that I would just say don't get yourself involved in deals you don't understand, and have discernment and challenge your financial risk management portfolio and diversify your portfolio. I don't have none of my eggs all in one basket. Probably the only eggs in my basket I know that I've put most of them in is my music, because I'm confident that's an investment. That's an investment that none of ish have their hands in. I own 100% of my music. I can sit there and, my mama was like, I'm glad, lady. I'm glad you ain't go out there and do all of that and be jucking and jiving and doing all of this tap dancing, this Kanye West shit. No. Because when he was overseas and he could have went and actually been there with his mother, he wasn't, and she passed during surgery or something like that. When I heard that story, that prompted me to go out there and be with my mom. And that prompted me to sit there and learn something. I needed to find something else out. And that's what it came to. Somebody put me on to investing into it the proper way and learning about it. Now, getting involved in it to an emotional point, no, that ain't gonna work. Every time I've invested, and I've hit the mark every time, and I can show you on my phone the times that I bought were either at the times that I bought were at the bottom or close to it. Now, did I predict a precise number, or did I predict a precise day, and I put something in on it? Yes, and I can show that. That's how I can sit here and speak with confidence and knowing that I studied and I know what the hell I'm talking about. Now, can I predict all of the volatility and fluctuality of it? No. You can't predict if the Cowboys is going to win a Super Bowl. Nobody can predict none of this. None of this. We have no. That is not my department. I'm just living in it now and working with what I have now to be able to utilize it to the best of my ability. But that's where us being able to aggregate all of what we have together instead of splicing it off to everybody else. That's why I can appreciate the unity that we have in the community right now to actually address our economic empowerment, our economic aptitude, our economic courage. Because what we don't know, we will be fearful and scared because most of these systems are, white supremacist and industrial complex companies. And so we have to be able to discern what is right for us and what is not. And the only thing I know that is going to be right for us is to be able to be ahead. Because while everybody else is occupied right now, we have to be ahead. And it's not just about that, it's about every other formality that are not going to have these peoples in these positions that where we'll be able to create these businesses and be able to surpass. That's the whole thing right now, is that we need to be paying attention as we're doing to the American crime that's going on right now, to the downfall of so many different things, because people may not see them and may question them. And it's like, I need you to just sit back and when in doubt, zoom out. Zoom out because you are so confined into your own thinking, selfish thinking, that you're not even allowing any of the other possibilities to help you grow. You're not even willing to take in any other water source. Oh, my water is the cleanest. Yeah. You do that. It's clean. But you know that you have something in your water, just like LA has. Ain't nothing in my water. Ain't nothing in my soup. All right. Just know that the Most High God sent you a prime black and all the other brothers and sisters. So sometimes we just have to get out of our own way when it comes to investments like that, because that's just one investment. We have plenty of things. I have things where you have liquidation. You have what is that? The pallets, the skids for sale, skid auctions, storage auctions. These people got a bunch of stuff in their storages. These storage auctions, that's a big lick. You could pay $200 for storage and find $50,000 of stuff in there. This is stuff my mama loved to do. So, wow. We have a lot of work. We have a lot of growth to do. We have a lot of learning from what these people have done to prevent us from continuing the same mistakes down the same paths. So yes, I think I've gotten through a lot of this right now. I still got so many other tabs, y'all. I ain't even touched the ones that are on my phone that I just got. I just wanted to at least dissect down on that because I know there was a lot of points that I didn't get to catch up because I am. We're trying to release this album, y'all, and I need to get my ass to work. And so that's what I'm about to do, is get my ass to work and get this going and done, but I will be bringing some more back to you. Like I said, I have the books that I'm reading in the morning, 8:30 Pacific Standard Time. That's 11:30 Eastern Time. I'm doing the Bible reading, and every time I read it, it just feels like it's just prophetic in the time that we're living in right now. So it's just, I'm in Deuteronomy right now. So I'm in Deuteronomy 3, and I'll start that up. And yeah, we got more. We got more. I appreciate y'all being here, man, from all over the world, all walks of life. Been sitting here and rocking with me. I appreciate it. And I promise you I do. You know, the more and more it gets to where it needs to get to, hey, I am humble. I'm a humble servant of the Most High. And I'm just doing and saying what I need to do and say, the way that He's operating. Our angels are guiding us and protecting us. Like I said, I know that I wasn't supposed to be here, but I am here just like y'all are. And we're going to party, and we're going to enjoy ourselves, and we're going to stop crying. We're going to stop whining. We're going to stop complaining. We're going to get this going. We're going to need to hold each other accountable. I need y'all holding me accountable as much as I'm trying to hold everybody else out there accountable, and just do the right thing and operate in the best way that we can. So, like I said, I have a round 2, so many different tabs, and we're not done. So I'm going to just leave it at that. But like I said, it's a lot more work to come in. There's more work coming in. Like I said, that once the album is finished and released and we have all of that going on, I'm just so excited for that project. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I have not really been telling. It's been hard keeping it to myself, but whew, boy. The moment that it comes out, I am going to be blasting it. I'm going to be blasting it. You see these speakers behind me right now. You see these speakers. Esau is going to be hearing it. They're going to be hearing it. But I just wanted to leave y'all with that love and know that you are loved. If you are here, you are loved. You are truly loved by every ounce of me given to y'all, and to be okay with everything that is going on around you. Don't fret. You're going to be all right. So until next time, y'all, shalom and peace out.